Am I good? Yeah, I'm good. Okay, good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for April 26, 2021, 2 p.m. session. There is no public testimony during the review session. SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 618, 2409 BZ 7810 164th Road, Queens.
Okay. We reopened this case the last hearing, in the hopes that the applicant would respond to our long sought direction to clean up the site and properly protect it, and to establish formally that the storage containers are permitted by DOB. The applicant submitted proof of a 2018 fire alarm permit and plans for the building itself. The applicant states that the alarm system was installed but not signed off. I think this is in response to fire department concern. They also submitted recently filed sprinkler drawings. They provided them to us that show the sprinklers to be installed, if I understand it, in 7 to 10 trailers that are shown on the drawings in the side yard. So it's the first time I've actually seen drawings of how many trailers there are. And I know that the fire department was concerned about those trailers not being sprinklered. So fire department should review that submission. We had also asked, with respect to the trailers, for a ZRD1 or a CCD1 to confirm that such trailers, and so many of them, I didn't realize there was so many, are permitted by DOB. We got no response to that issue from the applicant, just sort of pretended like it wasn't a question. We did at our request, DOB inspected the site, and that resulted in a violation for unpermitted obstructions in a side yard that I understand the applicant, and Tony, please correct me if I got this wrong, that the applicant intends to contest at its hearing in June, claiming the yard is not a required side yard. And I'm kind of like, how isn't it a required side yard? It's the definition of a side yard, side lot line, therefore a side yard. I didn't understand that. Anyway, our folder doesn't include zoning calculations for the existing building, because this is an application to extend the time to complete the project, right? So the project was never built, so we don't even have zoning drawings for the building as existing. But the only thing that would make it not a side lot line is if these two houses that supposedly belong to the nursing home, but in terms of when I go on Acris, they're owned independently, not related to the nursing home. So I don't really understand that. But anyway, unless those lots were merged into a single zoning lot, which would eliminate the side yard, there is a side yard, and those lots were never merged. So a photo was provided showing one of the trailers removed from the side yard that opens onto 78th Road. But in the context of this site, you can't tell what this means, since the side yard was a mess and filled with many different storage and trash containers. And cleverly, with respect to that one photograph, the camera turns away from that area when the photo is taken of the trailer removed. So you see standing on the street looking at the trailer, and then they remove the trailer, and instead of still standing on the street and looking at the trailer, they move onto the site and look back towards the street and show perhaps the trailer no longer there, but you don't get to find out what was behind the trailer. The side yard that was the problematic side yard, the one that had all of the junk in it, is actually opening onto 78th Avenue, not 78th Road. So we don't get to find out what happened there. We had asked for the site to be secured with a fence all the way around and a lock. As far as I can tell, this wasn't done, and it wasn't even mentioned. And the photograph shows a fence, but that's for the other side. So the 78th Avenue side is the one that needed to be fenced with a lock. The 78th roadside already has a fence because there's actually like a sitting area around there, like a decorative sitting area, and that has the fence already
With the lock.
with a lock, but that's not added. That has always been
Oh,
there
okay.
because it's a recreational area. It's
Okay.
78th Avenue side that has all this junk and it's unsecured. And no mention of it. And I have to say, there was this terse letter from council of 3 sentences, more or less. Didn't give any hints about any answers to our many questions. And I have to say, I don't understand this manner of addressing the board's directions. This is after us threatening to deny this case because of failure to respond. And the way that council is responding to our willingness to reopen is to not answer our questions. So I have to ask, are we back to previous behavior because we didn't threaten again to deny the application? And so we made it clear at the last hearing that the owner has to attend these hearings. I don't know if they're taking us seriously enough to actually appear at this hearing, so we'll find out. But I'm again, I just don't understand this even. I'm quite incredulous that counsel for the applicant is apparently so cavalier about our requests, doesn't even mention them in the cover letter, doesn't even say, I acknowledge that you asked for this thing and we'll get back to you on that. Doesn't even deign to do that. This is astonishing to me. So I'll give it.
I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the reason for not responding to us, probably they have nothing to say. I believe the reason for not going to the DOB and ask them for the TRD is the DOB themselves were on site and they issued violations. So I'm again, with cases like these, I don't know how far we should be patient. We should, if they're gonna respond, we should like get a response. If not, we should just act on a case like this.
Right.
Right, you saw his submission, he said we have a minor technical, when I asked why weren't the ZDR1s and CCDs filed, they have a minor technical problem is preventing the filing of the temporary structures for the ZDR1.
Like what?
And the
Like what
applicant is working
technical?
to resolve it, so I'm like, I don't.
No problem.
I don't know
Like
what
they
it
don't
is.
have a printer?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's-
Technical problem? The technical problem might be you had a consultant and the consultant quit, or you had a consultant and you fired the consultant because they were doing a bad job. Is that a technical problem? I mean, what
Well,
kind
I
of,
thought maybe because they were trying to fight the violation or something.
what kind of a response is that? You know, a technical problem?
I believe if there was a valid reason, they could have mentioned that. But when you start using terms like we're running into technical issues, stuff like that, it's just for something that's hidden behind the scene. If they're gonna respond, they should respond and shortly. If not, let's just act on it. We shouldn't be wasting our time more than that.
Right. So, you know, the thing is, we reopened this because at the last hearing where we were about to vote to deny, because they had not responded at all, in response to our preparation to vote to deny, all of a sudden, there was an interest in what we said, and they responded. And the board's general comments were, you know, well, at least now they're responding, and we should give them, you know, a chance, right? So here they're taking advantage, almost, it sounds like. We didn't vote to deny. So it sounds like unless we threaten every single time to deny, And then it's sort of like the boy who cried wolf. At a certain point, it's not believable. You know, where do we go here? So, okay, Commissioner Shabbat.
I agree with you, Chair. I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right.
Okay, next item is 120, item number 19, 12013 BZ 1815 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. Sorry, still scrolling. All right, we have an updated acoustical analysis to address sound propagation to the second floors of the residences, which concludes a 15-foot high acoustical barrier is needed in most places. I think this is a very interesting kind of experiment in acoustical analyses. We've learned a lot, I think, from this particular case, and the consultants are really doing a careful job in doing their review. Anyway, I just find it interesting. I do want to say though, there's a missing note on the plans based on the acoustical analysis that the 6-foot high fence that is opposite Hudson Place rear yard should also receive the acoustical barrier, at least for the width of the 4th residential rear yard. There's a detail that indicates that that will happen, but there's no, the drawing doesn't indicate that. The site plan, it indicates just the 6-foot chain link fence to remain. It doesn't indicate that that's supposed to get some of that acoustical textile added to it. The immediately adjacent neighbor on Morningstar also sent us a letter stating a preference for the 6-foot high fence to remain. In other words, they're one of the ones where the acoustical analysis would have indicated the 15-foot high fence, but they're right up against this site and they don't want their windows blocked. You know, this is always what we did learn, though. They're using a different product. In this case, they're using that textile that gets attached to a chain link fence. And in the other case that we're looking at with the warehouse, they're using basically a version of a wall. And in that case, they learned about a transparent material that is an acoustical barrier. So maybe, and obviously a much more expensive material to install than this textile. But it seems like there's also perhaps ways of addressing both concerns, the light issue and the sound issue at the same time. So I would encourage the applicants who are confronting these kinds of colliding issues to be looking at other manufacturers, not just this one. We see this Acoustifence all the time, but we're seeing more and more other manufacturers being suggested as solutions, and applicants should look at those, or the engineers who are working on it should look at those. I'm struggling with the trash enclosure, which is sort of, I guess, a theme here, which is oriented where the doors are facing the sidewalk. And the proposal is to make the doors look pretty with what I assume is plastic growies attached to the doors. But I still have to say, I don't understand why the doors cannot face inward. The way that they're showing it is as if the doors are open all the time. So it has to have the swing constantly clearing the parked cars. And my understanding is you're not using these things except in after hours, before hours and after hours. So why would cars be obstructing your activity? So I actually don't really understand that. The other thing about this is one of the biggest trash enclosures that we've seen on these sites. It takes up 4 parking spaces. It's like 30 something feet long. And I actually, so I don't understand why it's so enormous. And I'd like to know what the frequency of trash pickups are. Maybe there needs to be more so that it doesn't need to be such an enormous thing. There's also a floating unassigned detail for a hook on drawing BSA 5.01. That's not key to anything on the drawings, and I no longer can find the chain that was on the drawings originally, which this hook is supposed to be attaching to. I actually don't see it anymore. So something either dropped out of a layer or something. I just can't find it. And we're still waiting for an air quality report on this. Apparently we've gotten the protocol and they're ready for field testing. Okay. All right, so Vice Chair Shanta.
I really have no additional comments. I'm satisfied with the improvements that the applicant is working towards. I only have one comment with regards to, and I understand the applicant's argument for the trash enclosure if there is a, with regards to the placement of it on the inside area, on the interior lane, not the exterior lane, if one were to call it, or next to the ADA. I think regardless of the size of it, it will have an effect on the way, I mean, even if it's a 2-lane parking space, I think it may, that's for the applicant to verify. I'm not going to speak for them without seeing that analysis. But my only comment is with regards to the drawings. If you look at BSA 003, it shows the trash enclosure as thus far we have been discussing. Whatever comes of it, please make sure the trash enclosure is represented correctly all throughout the rest of the drawings, because it doesn't carry out in BSA 005 and 006 onwards. It's still showing it in the old place. So that's just a comment. Whatever the outcome of the trash enclosure happens, I'm satisfied overall with this application.
Commissioner Ollie Brown.
I had only one question. In their statement, they said that once the new lighting was installed, they would perform testing to provide proof that there's no light spill at the lot lines. And have they completed that yet? Because it was supposed to be finished around now. Other than that, I'm fine with the application.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I acknowledge that the regarding the sound for the sound insulation for the building on Morningstar, they got a stat letter from the owner. I would say I'm like hoping that they do not like make the building owner choose between whether to have peace of mind, not getting excessive noise, and losing the view and losing the light and air, or just, you know, by the existing condition. If they offer the owner more realistic solution, like that solution that was used at that state house, the warehouse in Queens, the transparent panels, I believe he could have like taken that. But since they just offered this solution for the textile, if I'm in his shoes, I would pick, no, we're okay with the sound. So hopefully they can handle that. Other than that, I believe they did a lot of work. I want to thank him for this. And for the lumen, I'm not sure if, even if they are not gonna like finish the installation now, I believe we could ask him, we could act on this, and we could ask him to submit measurements when they finish the installation.
Okay, thanks. Okay. What do you mean submitted after they finish the installation?
Like we can grant them like a short leash and ask them to come back with measurements in like 6 months or even a year. I'm okay with that.
Okay, okay. All right, Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I just have similar comments to that were just made by Commissioner Sheta and Commissioner Ollie Brown. I have nothing more to add.
Okay. Okay,
Item number 20, 2016-4340BZ, 13102 40th Road, Queens.
Okay, scrolling, sorry. Okay. Okay, so without going into too much detail on this, because these are complicated applications, the applicant has responded to our comments and revised the drawings. They are now greatly improved over the initial submission and convey the necessary data clearly. A general response to the increased building massing was also provided, which response relies largely on the orientation of the additional massing away from the area residents facing a major thoroughfare. So those were the open issues, and I do appreciate that they scoured through the drawings, made them much clearer, and responded to our comments. So those were my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
I'm satisfied with the submission. I have no additional comments. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Cheta,
I'm satisfied with the application and I have no comments on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Satisfied with this application. I have nothing further from me.
Okay.
Item number 21, 2017-213 BZ, 1808 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Kind of a up and down hearing day. Sometimes things are so responsive and other times things are so unresponsive. This would be the downside of the graph. This is a very disappointing submission, and I'm not sure what kind of advice the applicant is getting from counsel or consultants. The board's directions are just that. If you want to move an application along, you have to respond to the board's directions and adjust the project accordingly. The approach the applicant has taken will continue to drag this case on unnecessarily. Applicant's counsel goes into a long argument about why eating on site is not somehow part of an integrated living and learning environment. It's quote unquote that's their language, integrated living and learning environment. If we leave out the learning aspect of the environment for a minute, I'd like to ask, would counsel consider his own home a home if you were required to run down the street to grab breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day? Or if relegated to making Pop-Tarts in the microwave in his room for all of those meals? Certainly that wouldn't be viewed as a home by the building code. And it looks far more like hotel or dorm living than home living. So I am missing the integrated living component of the project, which was and is part of the described programmatic analysis. The updated study, as summarized in the cover letter, even admits that all meals are to be microwaved in the warming pantry. Not only is this not a route to a healthy diet, it is a very sad and disrespectful approach to be taking for kids who are already compromised physically and emotionally. There is no idea of warmth and hearth. There is no idea of home. And if the board didn't mention the fact of a kitchen in the resolution, which is what the applicant is relying on, that we didn't harp on the subject of the kitchen in the resolution, I dare say that's because the board assumed that in order to be integrated living, there would perforce be a kitchen in which one could cook a real meal. As I stated at the first hearing on this, we were told that the cooking aspect of the program was essential for transitioning to independent living and to training in kitchen skills. The proposal cuts out independent living from the stated programmatic goals. So my question is this, and so I was trying to understand what the rules are. The architect submitted a letter saying, rule this says we don't have to do that, et cetera, and we have to do this other thing. So I started looking at the rules as well, and it's true that I'm no expert on the subject of this particular typology, but I'd like to know, is this considered a supportive living facility? If it is, the facility is exempt from providing offices or work areas under section 814.4 of the OASAS rules. And if it's a supportive living facility, it must also provide an area for cooking. under the same section of rules. And at the very least, there's a requirement to provide 3 nutritious meals per day under section 817. So how will those 3 nutritious meals be provided when everyone is supposed to be, according to the description in the materials we received, eating from the microwaves, basically. I also didn't find the section in the building code referred to in the architect's letter that requires a commercial kitchen for a 24-bed dormitory. I didn't find that anywhere, even though the architect said that's required because of the building occupancy group. I also don't find in any of the cited regulations the requirement for the amount of administrative space that occupies the entirety of the first floor and contains 3 generous offices for program director, administration, 2 separate staff toilets, pantry, and conference room. And the reason that I'm looking at that is you could put a kitchen on that floor and eliminate, you know, these really generous offices. Normally you look at an office and 8 by 10 is considered a standard office size. That's an 80 square foot office. These are 125 square foot offices. So why do they need to be so generous when there's no room for anything that's necessary for the kids? We had also asked for floor plans of the sister building to understand how the 2 programs work together, and I don't think we ever received these. And as to the stucco, so, you know, this is a neighborhood character issue for me very much. The architect referred to another project that they did using stucco at 944 Bedford Avenue, which I looked at. That project is cited as a positive use of stucco, and they suggest that because they used it successfully on that building on Bedford Avenue, it should be a successful solution for 3 blank walls, on this case, that tower 4 to 5 stories above the 1 and 2 story adjacent buildings. This is not a comparable situation. The Bedford project is a 4-story building, which is only 1 story taller than the buildings adjacent to it. So the blank unarticulated sidewalls are less offensive. So I'd like to know, is the proposal in this case to articulate the stucco side and rear walls? Because at the moment, it will look like essentially a hideous box towering over the neighborhood. And, you know, the acceptance of the towering was because of understanding the need for this use. But you can't be so disrespectful of the neighborhood to think that the neighborhood doesn't deserve some aesthetic, let's say, response and what I'll come up with what I need. Okay, and if you look at the context of the buildings in the subject area, few buildings present blank walls to their neighbors, and none tower like this one will over those neighbors. So those were my comments. I'm very disappointed with the reaction of the applicant. So maybe others don't feel that way. That's mine. Vice Chair Shanda.
Okay. So I looked through this application and I view it this way, that first I analyzed, try to understand what the project is trying to achieve and all the various entities that it has to meet the various thresholds and the requirements. This project has very strict programmatic needs, as stated by various operating, overseeing, financing bodies. So trying to juggle all of them is not an easy feat. I can say that from my experience of working with developers on affordable housing. So it is quite challenging, and this seems even more challenging than affordable housing need without needing support services and education on top of it. So the fact that the funding arm of this program has sat down with the DYC to go through its program, review the program, and determine the appropriate cost measures and the programmatic measures that is needed to make the project a successful project that will serve the need of the community that it is trying to fund and cater to, and then also make the project viable. If it's not viable, then the project doesn't get built, and that's a loss for the community. So with that in mind, I reviewed the case. I went through the documents that's been submitted, and I was trying to understand what, yes, there's probably a little change in the arguments that they have made, but oftentimes programmatic needs, we have seen some changes happen that come about as they do the development. They realize some roadblock has happened and that needs to be modified. Does it change the actual entity of the program significantly or not? So now there will be a shift of some of the programs from 1803 to 1830 site. The 1830 site also serves similar program. It also has a resident body. It also has a kitchen. It also has a staff. And that's the primary area where also outside non-resident people also come there for classes and services. So what it will do is that the population in 1803 has the option of microwaving meeting when they want to, or they can go and mingle with their other compatriots in 1803 and have dinner there, lunch there, breakfast, and or bring it back to their base. It's not a significant space off. I think we were asking those questions. If I seem to remember, those questions was asked more around because the community had raised concerns about loitering on the street and being a concern. And I hate to use the word being a nuisance at one point, I think was mentioned. I think those can easily be addressed by having, let's say, a camera outside that monitors what's going on at the street level. And that way you have the eyes and the ears. And there are already, at the time when we were reviewing the first iteration, there were already some programs that was going to happen at the base site, which is the 1808 site, where the students and the staff was going to go there and have meetings and have discussions and trainings and come back. So this is just a couple of additional trips back and forth. I do not think this is a departure from the original intent of the programmatic need, other than not providing the kitchen doesn't take away from the integrated living and learning experience. They still get to experience that with their other fellow mates in 1808 and have the option of doing it with their 1830 when they want to, on a rainy day, want to just hang out in their space. I think those options are there. I really do not see an issue with this project. I think in terms of neighborhood, the building remains as tall it was. The look is similar. There are a lot of similar buildings that we see. There are some good examples of stucco finishes. I think it's more of a subjective, so I'm not going to weigh in on it. I'm overall satisfied, and I really have no additional comments on this.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
So I too am sympathetic with not-for-profits that struggle to finance their programs. And so if they say that they have financial difficulty in building out the cellar the way they originally wanted to, and that the kitchen is what's actually suffering, I understand that they can't build out the cellar, and I accept that. But I urge them to put the young people first, and that, because that's what this is all about. This is a program for young people. It isn't a program for adults who work here. It's not a not-for-profit that seeks to put talented adults in good positions. And therefore, the plan should reflect their goals of helping these young people return to society. And so what I see when I look at the first floor is I see a first floor that has all of the rooms associated with the adults. And I see a conference room that I'm not sure is really necessary. I see a pantry that really isn't necessary. They don't have to have a pantry that's separate and apart from what the young people use. And I see staff toilets that I do agree is necessary. And I see 2 administrative offices and a program director's office. And in my mind, I think you can put a kitchen on that floor, perhaps not as large as the original kitchen. You can have the adults use the kitchen for their own personal cooking that they need. They don't need a separate pantry to make coffee or have, you know, things stored in their refrigerator. They can use that large kitchen. And you could actually do without a conference room, because if you, I don't know how many staff are going to be simultaneously in this building, but they could certainly use offices that are not in use or classrooms that are not in use if they need to meet. So I think you can actually diminish the amount of space devoted to staff and put that kitchen in, because the kitchen really, to me, is essential to ensuring that these young people have a healthy start every morning, a healthy finish to their day. And there are too many articles in newspapers about how schools don't serve children healthy meals, and they rely on prepackaged foods and reheated foods where all the nutrients are gone. And I think that this program should take a step away from what's usually accepted and hold themselves to a higher standard and keep the kitchen.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I'm commenting on this project is 2 things. Number one, my understanding is that the step footing that they believe that they need to put next to the adjacent building is driving, in part, this amendment. They believe that they're gonna lose some space in the cellar through like a significant cellar head reduction, and that's why they wanna like find this space somewhere else. And the second thing actually is the design of the footing itself that I want to express my concerns. Probably I'm missing something, and that's why I did reach out to the PM, our PM, and asked that the engineer be present during this hearing. The design for the step footing, I believe, is not the ideal way to go. I believe it could be done in a more straightforward way to like support the proposed and the adjacent building. If they use some like helical piles or something like that, I don't believe the design of the step foundation as it's shown on the letter report that they sent from Ozone, and I'm gonna show that just to help the engineer prepare for probably discussing this during the hearing after the review session. This is the design of that footing. And instead of, if this adjacent building here that I'm pointing, if this wall is founded right here, if it was extended to here, they could have just built the cellar same way, straight ahead to that wall, and there is no need for underpinning or so. But my understanding from what they presented to us is that they are saying that this wall is shallower. It's gonna need some underpinning in order for them to dig here, excavate, and put foundation next to it. And my understanding also is that they are not gonna be able to secure funds to do such underpinning because their lender or whoever is financing this project is not gonna be willing to like finance underpinning of an adjacent building. The reason I believe they need to think differently about this footing are 2 reasons. Number one, that imagine this wall here. This is the wall of the proposed building. This is a 7-story portion of the building taken by that wall. So imagine that you have a 7-story building, the load is coming to here and pushing that little piece of the footing, because the rest of the footing here is not going to be actually in place. It's like you're standing on top. Imagine that you're standing on top of a table. If you're standing here in the middle, the entire footing would be active. But if you just stand on the edge, only the legs at the edge will be feeling your weight or your load. So what I'm saying is the entire load of this wall, which is carrying 7-story building, is just going to be taken by this little piece of footing or slash a beam actually. If this is the case, that's going to cause the bearing pressure here under this piece of foundation to be huge. And it's going to cause the soil at this location here to start settling, which is going to cause issues for the proposed building and for the adjacent building. Actually, it's going to look like you are undermining the adjacent building wall. To avoid that, I would like the structural engineer slash the geotechnical engineer to consider a different approach. It's up to them at the end of the day. But again, if you see something, say something. And I don't believe that design, I believe the design of this footing is way more expensive than it should. And it's not as safe as it should. And it's causing space loss. So it's actually three drawbacks versus nothing beneficial, except for to avoid the underpinning, which I believe it still could be avoided if they just think creatively. And hopefully they're gonna think about what I said. And if they wanna discuss during the hearing, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
So just to clarify, your comment isn't, I mean, no matter what, they're limited at that, whatever the amount of money was, I think it was $8 million. They're not allowed to go over the 8 million. And that's what they have to do in order to cut costs, right? So it's not that you're suggesting that they make the cellar usable, but instead that what they're proposing here is just not a safe proposal, even if they're eliminating that portion of the cellar because for whatever.
They could make it usable. They could make that cellar more, I would say more usable, not fully, not usable up to here, but they could make it like much more usable actually. If you give me a minute, I can explain myself. Okay,
so it's okay. I'm just making it, I just want to be clear that I do appreciate that their funding is limited, whatever that amount that the funding agency said, the $8 million, whatever, for construction, and that's all they have. And so they have to shave off costs, and understanding that maybe this isn't the right solution structurally, but another solution that might not make the cellar the same, the usability of the cellar as much as it was before. And therefore, arguably, the kitchen can't go downstairs because maybe the cellar is still compromised by some version of whatever. If it's not a step, then some version of a solution here. I don't want to get into necessarily you designing it with us. If you want to have a conversation with the engineer, that's another thing. So
yeah, I just want to say that my understanding was that it's like a policy for their lender or whoever is financing this project not to do the underpinning, even if they are below the budget.
No.
If they do have a limited budget and they want to be within that number, I would say the underpinning here is just 3 feet. This is like no brainer when it comes to underpinning a building. 3 feet of underpinning is just nothing. It's not that expensive to do that.
Okay, so my read of their text, and they could clarify, and I doubt seriously that a lending agency prevents underpinning when it's viable and fits within the budget. My understanding is it's not that they'll never fund underpinning, it's that they have this $8 million budget and they found out that they couldn't that the underpinning was going to be too expensive, that there were structural issues that would make this too expensive. And so they retreated and suggested this solution, thinking it would be cheaper, but the result of it is, and thinking that it would save a lot of money from their construction costs, their foundation costs. And the result of it, the side result of it is an unusable cellar. So that's my understanding, but we can get into it more at the hearing. Yeah, Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up. Oh, actually, let me finish with Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. So first I want to say, as I stated in the past, this particular organization, Dynamic or Dynamite, as I earlier knew it as, it's I think a wonderful organization. It's essential, and it's doing a great deal for the young members who are involved in it. So I want to move it, however, so to make sure this can be a reality, because I think that now more so than ever, there are people in need of these services. That being said, I don't believe that it is in the best interest of these members to not have a kitchen. We were faced with a great deal of neighborhood, I would say, opposition, and to this particular project. And while I don't believe much of it was fair, I do understand their position to suggest that now these people will be going from one location to the other up and down the block. I don't know if that's if that is really trying to minimize whatever concern the neighborhood has. I do share Commissioner Otley Brown's a suggestion that this kitchen be placed on the first floor. It seems to be many locations that can be placed. Maybe we can just make some of these offices smaller, and we'll find some space to put a kitchen in there. If there isn't another solution, as Commissioner Shutter mentioned. With regard to the facade, I'm hoping we can find some sort of creative solution here to, again, minimize the impact it has on the neighborhood. I'm not sure what that is, but we haven't approved a type of finish like that. So I hope that we can reach a solution soon. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Something I forgot to mention is the applicant had mentioned about the 5 work study crew programs that they have. And I would like the applicant to clarify of the 5, 4 of them would be carried out within the building, and it's the 5th one, the kitchen crew, that would be in as part of the proposal. And for these 4, I just want that confirmation that the 4 of those 5 work study crew will be carried out within the building.
Okay.
So that's all. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
New cases, item number 22, 7-95BZ, 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
Okay. We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends approval with 3 opposed. I thought this was a very confusing amendment request and really sounds like it should be a completely new variance application. The original variance granted in 1995 was based on the argument that the purpose-built triangular 2-story and cellar 19,000 gross square foot building E with only 8 feet of frontage and 6,300 square foot floor plates was obsolete for any other retail use than the bank that it was built to house, and that the only viable use was PCE that in fact has since occupied the building which is more than 25 years occupied the building. The proposal states that the same building, which is still occupied by the PCE, although understanding that the operator is experiencing financial problems that were exacerbated by the pandemic, nonetheless remains the tenant, and somehow or other the building is still obsolete and not viable, and the owner proposes to demolish it. So, and to replace it with what, I'd like to know, because it's going to demolish it, and then you have this little odd shaped vacant space. What would be the replacement? Just demolish it and have nothing, a little park? And I don't understand how they can say the building isn't viable if there's still a tenant who hasn't, as far as I know, indicated that the reason it's not viable, that they're going out of business or they're not going out of business, is this building. It's sort of a general issue with PCEs that have been suffering from the pandemic, right? And so, and they're just getting started to reopen only with, I don't remember what we're up to, 25% occupancy or something like that.
33.
33 for the gyms, okay.
So,
And then the application is to shift the variance. That's the application, to shift the variance to a different one-story, different building that is only 1 story, and it has an 18,000 square foot floor plate, that's building B, in the same shopping center, sort of just down the walk there, with the same tenant as the operator of the PCE that's in building B, the subject of the variance. So I have to just start off with, I don't get it. And then the rationale for this relocation, you demolish the other little building that for some reason is not viable, and you relocate to this space. The reason that this is a hardship is because the building B is too large. So, and it was too large for the space for the last tenant drugstore operator. So now the drugstore wants to downsize and it's too large for them. So now I have to say I'm really confused. The suggestion is that too large is now a hardship. That's interesting. So retail malls are made to allow for changes in size and configuration of spaces. All retail is done like that. So I'm really confused about that. It's too large. Put up a demising wall, make it smaller, make it lots of little mom and pop stores, make it an ice cream store and a candle shop and whatever it is that retail wants. I just don't understand that. And so and what's suggested is it's more expedient to rent to one tenant, but the market determines when spaces need to be subdivided. So I really don't understand that. And then the statement of fact states that the new interest in retail is for very small spaces. So then if that's true, isn't building E now a viable building because it has smaller spaces? Didn't we just cure our problem? And if the PCE is the panacea for shopping malls, the owner should know that soon. As indicated on city planning's website, there will be an as-of-right special permit available in C12 zoning districts for PCEs up to 10,000 square feet of zoning floor area, which would exclude the cellar. So the entire shopping center could become a collection of PCEs of varying sizes. And given that this board is a PCE specialist, you have rowing groups, you have boxing groups, you have cycling groups, each one of them with spaces significantly less than 10,000 square feet. So you could just fill up this entire shopping mall with PCEs if that's the goal. You could brand it as a PCE shopping mall without actually ever having to get a variance, because some of these buildings have cellars, presumably, or could be made to have cellars, so they could be larger than 10,000 square feet because it's only zoning square feet that's going to be counted. So I actually do think that this applicant should hold off and wait to see what city planning is offering specifically. As of right may be a better solution than a very costly new variance application for which all of the findings have to be made, and I'm not sure how you make them on an 18,000 square foot, one-story retail that has frontage, by the way. There are other areas needing correction in the application as I read through it, but I don't think that's relevant for me to go into if this must be filed as a new variance. So I actually don't want to belabor the problems with the application otherwise. So I give this to Vice Chair Shonda.
I found this case interesting. I was trying to figure out why is a PCE before us for a variance. And when you look at the zoning, it is in a C12 district. So the special permit for PCE does not work in a C12. So the way of introducing the PCE into this facility was to establish an argument which was justified and accepted by the board, then that this is a highly irregular shaped site, the building, that is not viable for typical stores. Stores typically look for a very rectangular or a squarish, perfect 90-degree angle walls with maximum visibility and a direct access from the street. And this, while it did have direct access, it had almost no visibility to the street frontage. So it worked for the PCE purposes. Similarly, the same argument is being made for the building B site, which is that it also is somewhat tucked away. While it may have the visibility, but the visibility, because of also the different roof and ceiling height, it doesn't cut out well for smaller storefronts, and because of irregular shapes, it ends up having a lot of wasted spaces that you pay rent for but cannot use for shelving and other marketing purposes. So that's the argument the applicant is making. It's there's a point to it, but if it can be done through an as of right way, I would say do that.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you that this case is problematic. And part of it is the previous variance. The variance was for building E. And that was supposed to satisfy the minimum variance as making this whole entire mall feasible. So how can you now argue that I want to keep the variance, but that variance is no longer my E, without having a complete analysis of that and take it straight through all of the findings? And another issue is, how can you keep the variance yet get rid of the variance? Because E is the variance. That's the variance, was to allow you to have building E. So how do you keep the variance when you've gotten rid of E, which is the variance? So it's kind of, it's an application that's going in two different directions at the same time. Needless to say, any amendment to variance should have all of the findings revisited, absolutely. But I have a feeling that this variance case would struggle even under that, because it would be very difficult to argue that building B's space is going to solve all of the problems. And actually, it really isn't. You're going to have the same long-term problems that you have with retail everywhere, which is, as we morph towards online shopping, there's less of a need for retail spaces. And so therefore, they're particularly difficult to lease. They are, whether they are all small or all large, you still run the difficulty of trying to find a tenant who needs space, actual footprint of physical space. And so even if this were to make its way through all of the 5 findings and we were like, yes, building segment B6 deserves that variance, when Sports Club decides to move for whatever reason, guess what? They'd be right back here because they have that same difficulty trying to rent vacant spaces that every other mall in the United States has. And so that's why I think that this project is pretty problematic. Also, not to mention the fact that when you look at building B has been subdivided and merged. And so the question they're also going to have to address is whether or not the obsolescence of B6, which is the tail end, whether or not it was impacted by the decision to merge 3 and 4 into 5 in the way that they merged the spaces, because the way in which those spaces were merged together may have impacted the fact that B6 is left with a kind of weird kind of pentagonal shape, which makes it difficult to subdivide into spaces that are like lined up, just like B3, 4, and 5 were. And so that could be an issue of self-created hardship also that they're going to have to address. I'm not saying that's impossible, but I'm just bringing that up as another issue. So all in all, I would agree with you. The best bet is to see what city planning has to offer them and perhaps take them up on that offer and abandon the variance.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sheta, are you available, or we'll go to Commissioner Shabeta? There you go.
Yes, I am. I was also puzzled by like the claimed hardship that's mentioning that like for a lot to be like large lot or big, this is a hardship. So I wasn't actually sure whether they do have like a hardship on this specific point that they are coming for a variance for an amendment for it. So I would like to like listen to them, more explanations, show us why they do believe that they do have a hardship on that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. So I share your position, Chair. I believe it's in the best interest of the applicant to withdraw this application. And if they do not find any relief through city planning, then they're going to have an uphill battle on a new variance request, but certainly not an amendment. I think there's too much here to go the route of an amendment. I don't think it fits, but they would have to meet all the findings in a new variance.
Thank you. Right.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, this concludes the public review session for April 26, 2021, 2 p.m. session. We're now going to commence with the public hearing for April 26, 2021, 2 p.m. session. The first item is special order calendar continued hearing items. Item number 18, 2409 BZ 78-10, 164th Road, Queens.
I see they're already in the room, so proceed. When you can hear us, Mr. Most, unmute yourself.
There, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, who else do you have? Chess Rosenberg? Mr. Rosenberg, are you a part of this team?
He is.
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay, anyone else, Mr. Most?
No, that's it.
Is this the owner or the manager?
He's the man here. Yes, he's the manager.
Okay.
He runs the property.
Okay. Okay, let me swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to all board member questions?
Yes.
Mr. Rosenberg?
Yes.
Proceed, Mr. Most.
So I'd like to try and clear up. I feel badly that the board is incredulous toward many of the things that have been presented to it. I'm just going to try and run through a number of items that I feel are misunderstood, are simply misunderstood. So first and foremost, the space behind the facility has always been enclosed and fenced in. And I can walk you through some of the some of the prior submissions or photos or diagrams that we've submitted. But in January, we submitted a diagram that showed the containers, the storage containers in the back, that along with photographs of the insides of them, and made, I thought, clear that they were fenced in on both the 78th Avenue and 78th Road side. And so that's always been the case.
Wait. That's a diagram. That's quite different than the real thing. Did we see photos of it fenced in all the way around? Whenever I look at photographs,
Yes.
open to the.
Yeah, well, first of all, for it to be fenced in all around I should try and share this thing, I think. And I'm sure that's not going, oh, here we go. Let's see.
You can also email it to one of us and we can share it.
Here, can you, is that? Oh, okay. Oh, no, I got it figured out here. First, I'd like to show it on a diagram first. Can you see that diagram now?
Not yet. Yeah, now we can.
So this was submitted on April 7th. But it's the same diagram, but it's all marked up now. It's the same diagram that was submitted, I think, on January 29th.
You said it was submitted.
There's a date.
Start. You said it was submitted April 7th of this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing that, but okay.
And well, that actually goes to another point, which was that I was somehow being dismissive of the board. I did make, I thought, a somewhat substantive submission to the board on April 7th or April 7th with a several page letter and a number of attachments. And that the letter I think that you're referring to as the 3-line letter as being dismissive was merely a request for supplemental materials that were submitted to the board last week. So I was in no way trying to disrespect or shortchange the board's requests. This was submitted. This was submitted on.
I'm looking for it.
I don't see it. Sorry, this does happen sometimes, which is why I always.
Okay, that's okay. I'm looking in my materials to make sure that what I'm saying is what I did.
Mr. Most, can you finish my sentence unless I'm muted somehow and I don't realize it? Okay. So one of the things I always ask the applicants to do, which is what I would do as an applicant, when I submit something and I send it to submit and I CC the project manager, because that's the instruction, sometimes the attachment isn't attached and submit says received, but the fact is it received nothing. So I would send a separate email to the project manager saying, these were the things I submitted to you just now, please confirm receipt, because we don't know if it, I'm looking at the submission, all of the submission folders, and I don't see April 7th. The next one I see is April 22nd. And the previous one to that was March 11th.
No, he did submit it. He did. I sent it to submit. I saw it in the folder. I don't know what happened.
It's not in the folder.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
it's not in the folder.
So I don't know it.
That's crazy.
None of us know it exists, right? So I don't know how to, this is, we've been filing like this for a long time. This is not a pandemic issue, right? This is applicant has to, follow up and make sure. There's no way for us to follow up and make sure.
I'll take the responsibility for that then.
But
I saw it.
You saw it, but you didn't see it on the folder.
I saw it on the folder.
I don't know. I don't know what.
Maybe I did.
Okay, continue.
I'll email it to everybody right now.
Was anything, well,
Embarrassing.
Mike, well, that's important only it's important to the extent that I feel like, was anything seen from my April 7th submission?
No, we don't have any April
Okay,
submission.
I
I
understand.
just sent it to everyone.
Well, that would probably, I mean, that may have contributed to the board's upset
Of course.
with me.
Yes,
I made an effort to really try and clarify a number of these points that had been raised in the prior hearing, at which, of course, I wasn't able to speak because it was that, closed hearing.
right. So can I make another suggestion? Okay. So you say
Sure.
cover letter of April 22nd, which I'm looking at right now. It says, in connection with the above captioned application and pursuant to the board's request, enclosed are the following. So you make no reference to an April 7th submission. So as far as anyone can tell, this is the first submission in response to the prior hearing. So all of your cover letters that are responsive to a prior hearing should reference the other submission that was made in response to that same prior hearing. So then if I would read that, in connection with the above, and in addition to the materials submitted on April 7th, then I would say what materials submitted on April 7th, and then I could reach out to the project manager and say, we don't have materials from April 7th. Where are they? Can you ask Jordan for the materials? Okay. It's just.
Yeah, I understand. You're correct. I could certainly be more comprehensive in my reference to previously submitted things. I think actually the submission notice, which I'm sure no one looks at, probably says that the April 22nd submission was submitted in response to examiners. I have it right here. Was submitted in response to examiner's request, as opposed to submitted in response to a hearing. But be that as it may.
No,
So I'm sorry you didn't receive those materials.
It doesn't say that. It says cover letter and copies of sprinkler and fire alarms, filings at DOB, and photo of removed storage container. That's all it says. So
Okay.
there isn't anything that says in response to anyone, right? So, but even if it was in response to staff request, you didn't refer to additional materials that were submitted previously. But I also say that, this is part of the problem also of submitting little things piecemeal. But if staff specifically asked for this after, then that's a different thing. But, the piecemeal is part of what ends up making it confusing because we don't know. We see what we see, right? And I'm not saying it's not a flawed system. It's the best we can do under the digital world, right? Same thing happens when you submit hard copies, right? It goes into the wrong folder or something, and then that's that. So who knows? Anyway, go ahead.
But that submission notice does say it has the boxes checked. It says response to request made by examiner.
Not the one we have. I have one from April 22nd. It's the submission cover letter, and it says just what it says. Oh, you mean response to request by examiner. All right. That doesn't tell me that you responded to anything.
Fair enough. I understand. I apologize. I could be more, I could definitely include more, and I will now forever on include more information about the specificity of what I'm submitting for, what was previously submitted. I'll create that a better timeline. I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what my notes was from the submission, and I'll take responsibility on that. If it didn't, I saw it, and if it got out or whatever, I'll take responsibility.
Yes. Madam Chair?
Yeah.
It's Carlo. So I just checked the submittal portal and nothing came through on April 9th. So it is possible that maybe, Mr. Most, maybe the email might have been a little too large and it might have not gone through.
It went to submit.
Yeah.
It went to submit. But,
You see
I
it?
can't believe it was large. Not that large a file, I don't think, but.
Okay.
It was the map, the photos, which I think I included in my project manager thing, but
Oh,
and a letter, because that's where I got the information that you were going to argue about the whatever. But it said submit at bsa.nyc.gov. So
Okay, we're not denying it goes to submit. The question is, does it go into the folders we review? And then, so this is a problem, right? So,
Yeah.
all
I
right,
take responsibility.
And
the meat of the story here.
so I want to point out, because I think this has been, and I remember from the closed hearing, that there was clearly not, it wasn't clearly understood that this space behind the building is enclosed, and that there's a heavy metal gate on, so if you can still see this, the diagram,
Yes.
this
Yeah,
illustration, it's that this is a heavy metal gate here that is really only a one-way gate out. You can't even get in from this side. Now there's a gate over here at the street,
Yeah.
which is a simple fence and that encloses the recreation space in here. This storage container has been removed. It was a temporary PPE storage container.
Okay.
On this side, on 78th Avenue, is also a gate. It's part of a chain link. There's a chain link fence and a keypad lock. And there's a lock, and there's a closure here. This is closed as well. This may have been, whoops, I assume this may have been where Commissioner Shabeta, I think, may have been able to walk in, I assume, on this side.
But no, but
I think this gate is this.
No. Go to 78th Avenue. There's nothing there. And when I just go on Street View and I see all this junk on 7th.
Let me show you the photos.
No, I'm looking at photos. Never mind. We don't need to see your photos. Where's the fence and the gate on 78th Avenue that prevents anyone from going into this side yard? You don't have one.
No, I'm sorry. There is one.
Where?
I don't know why
Show me.
I'm showing you. It's here. There's a keypad. There's a fence.
Oh, wait,
It's not
where?
out at the street.
No. I'm talking about out at the street line.
There's not one out at the street line because it's a driveway. That's where the storage container is.
But why do you need to have the driveway accessible for anyone to walk into with all this?
It's not.
Yes, it is. Of course it is. It's just open to the world. Kids can run in there.
It's not open to the world. There's a fence here. The dumpster is in this driveway.
I understand. I keep talking about the 78th Avenue street front. That's the place.
Right.
The fence. That's the place where the fence is all broken next to the house that's adjacent to there. That's what Commissioner Shabeta was talking about when he said you have dumpsters, you have things you can climb right there, right at 78th Avenue.
Yes, there's a recycling bin, and then there's the big dumpster here, and sometimes a car is parked in the driveway. But there's not a fence here, but these containers are in an enclosed and locked area. It's not at the street.
Mr. Most, you have to do.
That's correct.
And stop arguing about that. Put up a damn fence on the 78th Street.
Okay.
And wrap it around so that people can't climb up the steps of that little house and climb right in, which is what they can do, which is what the photographs that Commissioner Shabeta showed us was possible. Wrap the fence around to properly isolate this site from anyone wandering up to that area, up to the compactor and all of that stuff. Okay, just don't argue about it. Just do it.
I'm sorry. I'm not arguing. I am sorry. I really didn't understand that your intent was to create closure out at the street level. I honestly, as I have always been with the board, I honestly believe that you didn't understand that there was a closure at a different location. So I'm not arguing.
Glad. Okay, I guess we can move on then. We that point's
yes,
settled.
Gladly.
All right.
I've never contested that there's not a side yard requirement. I'm well aware that there's an 8-foot side yard requirement in this zoning district, and that this is a side lot line where 2 corner lots, so there's no rear yard requirement, the short end of a block, and that there's an 8-foot side yard that runs through. the containers, I had believed, were 8 feet clear, and that there were no, and that they wouldn't constitute a permitted obstruction because they're not in the required side yard. However, in an informal email that I sent to the examiner, I mentioned that we had a technical problem as to why we hadn't been able to file. And the technical problem didn't have anything to do with anyone not working for us anymore or not believing us. It was that it has come to our attention that 2 of the containers may encroach on the required yard by between 4 and 5 inches. That's what I meant by technical. I could have explained it more, but in my submission, I still said we're planning on filing at the Department of Buildings for either temporary containers or a ZRD1. We'll file as a ZRD1, but we need to, I can't represent to the Department of Buildings that I have 8 feet clear because it's apparent that I don't. I have about 7 foot 7 or 7'8" clear. So I've got to move at least 2 of the containers. And we've arranged for the surveyor to indicate where these containers, how far they need to be moved so we can do that. So that's me trying to explain why we haven't filed that yet and what I meant by a technical problem that we're working on. And it should be addressed relatively soon so that we can then file the paperwork at the Department of Buildings, which will also presumably aid us in the defense of the violation that we now have.
So where does the ZRD1 or CCD1 about whether or not it's a allowable use in the side yard in the allowable construction on a site? That it's unrelated. Right. The DOB went out and they issued a violation, and their violation was it's an unpermitted obstruction without knowing which is the side yard, what are the requirements. You also have, I don't know if in a nursing home that's a required court. I don't know what any of those things are, right? It obviously didn't go through a big analysis. Our question is, you've got 7 to 10 of these container things, and the question is, are they allowed to be there at all, either under zoning or under building code, which is why we wanted the ZRD1 and the CCD1, whichever is that's what we wanted, right? So where are you on that?
Well, I can't file the ZRD1. I can't file that until I've fixed, because the key document that I would submit that someone would submit with the ZRD1 is going to show that there is 8 feet clear. And I don't have that document because when that distance is measured, it's not 8 feet. And
okay,
no one's not asking anyone to misrepresent that, which means I have to move.
Mr. Most, I think if I understand our chair correctly, it's not the 8 feet. The question is, even in that area, which is there, whether that's counted as if not counted as a yard, counted as a courtyard, inner courtyard, what is the, depending upon how that remaining portion of the space minus the 8 feet of side yard is counted, will these containers be permitted as an obstruction? That's really the question. Madam Chair, am I correct? Or
looking at it as I don't know that it's only a zoning question. I mean, for instance, we talked about maybe it's floor area. Do you have the additional floor area? Maybe it's a building code question because these are temporary structures being used as permanent structures. I don't know the answer to this, but we keep asking, is this allowed? And we never get an answer. And Mr. Most, you know as well as I do, that when you do a drawing that you submit, you can ask for a ZRD1 and a CCD1, because some is code and some is zoning, where you say that, this is the current location of the trailer and the trailer will be relocated to this location. You can submit that without misrepresenting anything because you're representing what you will do, or you show it in the ideal location and you say proposed, right? Instead of waiting until like, you know, the year or whatever, or something freezes and we never get an answer to this question. And this just goes on and on and on. It's a simple request to understand what section in the building code allows you to do this and whether it's permitted by zoning. And I'm not going to do I don't have a zoning analysis for this existing building. I have no idea if this would throw it over the allowable FAR or lot coverage or anything. I have no idea. But my bigger question, I guess, is about building code because I have less idea about than I do about zoning.
So the building it's never been a secret. This variance application was partly about floor area. The building is overbuilt. And I did explain in one of my prior submissions, though, that assuming that they're not counted as floor area, they don't create a lot coverage problem for the site because even with those containers, they don't create a non-compliant lot coverage problem. But I understand your point. That's not your point. Your point is go ahead and file it with the promise to relocate and move. And if the department is able to approve it, they'll approve it with conditions.
Or any number of those kinds of things, right? It's a building code question as well, right? Fire department has looked at it for their own reasons and they saw issues with sprinklers. So each agency has their specialties and we need this question answered. And we can't, base it on chicken before egg and all of that stuff. It just can't.
I understand.
Okay.
If I could make a couple of other comments in response to some of the concerns that the sprinkler system. So again, this is sort of supplemental materials that were more recently submitted, copies of the recent sprinkler filing, a little older copies of the fire alarm, and a photograph just showing one of the storage containers removed. That the sprinkler system is installed, and the sprinkler system is in fact installed in the containers and has been. It's just that the sprinkler system in the containers hadn't been filed for. That's what the primary purpose of the most recent sprinkler filing is. And the reason it had to be filed as a new filing, not as an amendment to the prior filing, is because the prior filing was still open and had expired. So while it may look like new sprinklers are being put into the building, that's not the case. Those are all installed pursuant to a prior approval. And I think the fire department has weighed in on that as well. Previously, they've been there, and that's not been a problem.
So
And
I just want to say, you submitted those materials without telling us why you were submitting them. So we don't know anything. All I can see is what the drawings say. It says the fire alarm has been approved but not signed off, and it says the sprinkler system is a new filing. And so unless there's a cover letter that explains what we're looking at, which there definitely wasn't, we don't know any of that stuff, right? You need to.
well, I didn't file it. Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I?
You submitted the materials to us, and you're without a cover letter explaining why you're submitting them or what it is that we should understand about them. If, for instance, the sprinklers were installed already but not filed, then you should tell us that, right? But there's no way for us to know by just looking at what you submit, where there's a cover letter that says enclosed herewith is a sprinkler drawing, right? So you're wondering why we're misunderstanding the materials. It's because your cover letter needs to explain what you're submitting, what the things are we should understand about what you're submitting, et cetera. It's just kind of logical, right?
Well, I didn't know. I didn't just submit it. It was requested by the board, and I didn't know. I couldn't even imagine why you wanted a copy of my fire alarm filings. I felt like.
May
The
I
board
answer that? The
didn't- the
reason
only-
why, Mr. Most, the reason why I requested this information, because when you state something, to me, when you state certain things are done and I didn't see it in the file, or maybe I missed it or anything, I asked for a copy of it, because if you're citing to something, I feel we should have a copy of it, and that was my call as a project manager.
Yes, and I want you to understand this, Mr. Most. When you submit materials, you're telling a story, right? You submit the materials, the board and the project managers review the materials. If we don't know what the story is, all we can do is rely on the information that's submitted to us. So if you know more about the material you're submitting than is revealed on the materials, you need to state that. Otherwise, it's logical for us to assume that a sprinkler drawing that's never been filed means there are no sprinklers. Okay, you just need to think like, I don't know how to explain this other way. If you were in court and you're appearing before a judge, but you don't explain to the judge what the evidence means, then if the judge comes to his or her own conclusion, you can't hold it against that person because you never explained it. Okay, so you need to just develop better habits of what's the purpose of a cover letter. It's supposed to tell the story. This is what it is I'm submitting. This is why, this is what's in it. Okay, please just develop that habit.
Fire
Okay,
department.
Okay.
Fire department wants.
It's not that I have made, there are pages of discussion and paragraphs of discussion and all of my prior submissions about the sprinkler system and the fire alarm. So I just want to clarify that it wasn't like a naked submission of fire alarm drawings that had never been discussed. So it may not have been, you're right. I guess I could have, and
you're not getting it. It's not like we're going to go why he submitted the sprinkler drawings. I wonder why. I'll go back and review hundreds of pages of documents to see if I can find what these sprinkler drawings are about. It doesn't take you long to write this, and look at how much time we're wasting explaining why you should write this, okay? Please don't argue about absolutely every single thing. Let's move on to the next.
I think the fire department wanted something.
Yeah, okay, maybe we should go to Chief Daly in the meantime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'll be honest with you, no, having been to the site several times, I never knew these containers were sprinklered. Okay, so I mean, but looking at the riser diagram, it shows that it's a wet system. Therefore, the system's not going to work since it's exposed to the weather. The water will freeze in the piping, even during summer months when we have below 32 degrees Fahrenheit. And so I will have to visit the site now. And of course, I'm going to have our suppression unit there because, of course, the piping being exposed to the weather, the cold will transfer into the building and may back up the chambers that are on the system. We have not made any recommendations, because just like we are waiting on the building department determination. Is this a permitted obstruction? From an operation standpoint, they don't like these containers at all. I mean, because of the use of the building as a nursing home, we consider this site, in the event of a fire, it's going to be what we call a 7-alarm response. I'm going to have multiple units going to this building. I'll have at least 4 ladder companies, at least 6 engine companies, and of course, I'm going to have at least 3 to 4 buses or ambulances responding to the site. So having these containers, I'll have a lot of members at the site, and having these containers in the side yard, which I thought was a rear yard, it's going to be very encumbersome. But if the Department of Building allows this obstruction, I can't argue with that. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention, our fire department's position. We will have to go back again to look at this sprinkler system because it's questionable, and we'll provide a report to the board. Thank you.
So can I ask you a technical question in terms of firefighting?
Yes.
When fire department comes in, I'm not sure if I remember, but I think there are windows from the rooms that are facing into that courtyard, right? So all of those containers obstruct your access to those windows in the event you need to get someone out. Is that true, or is that just me imagining because I watch movies?
Oh, no, no, that is true. We do have the handheld ladders that are 25 feet in height, and that we would prop up against the rear of the building to vent out the floor, also to access the floor with hose lines. Our ladder trucks, the big red truck, of course, they'll be on 78th Avenue, 164th, and 78th Road. I mean, they will never go to the rear of the building. But the containers will obstruct our handheld ladders.
Okay. Oh, so you never bring, even in a situation like this where it might be open to that way, you don't drive the truck in?
No, we would not drive the truck into the rear of the building. We have to stay out in a public street.
Okay.
There's more room out in the public street. The incident commander, he'll have a better view of the operation if he had a truck or an engine in the rear yard or the side yard, whatever definition people are using. He would never have a visual control over the situation.
Right, understood. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So this goes back to, now we have a diagram, which is actually the first time I've seen a diagram of the trailers. And I'd like to know, because we have the building manager here, he doesn't have to tell us now, but I would like a description of what's in every single one of those and an explanation for the reason why what's in these cannot be brought inside the building, especially now that we understand the building is under occupied. That's what's been represented to us. So I would like, without arguing about it, the project manager to give us a list of all of those containers, what's in every single one of them, and why what's in them cannot be brought inside, so we can eliminate, well, let's just pretending DOB thinks it's okay to have some of these, to eliminate all or most of the containers, especially given that the building is under occupied.
I think we actually submitted that prior. Jordan, did we submit a list of what's in each container?
Yeah.
You did?
So here's a diagram. So in the January 20th submission, there's the same diagram, which is a diagram that I marked up, the one that you saw with the color. But the original version of that diagram was submitted on January 20th, I think. And it's 6 pages, and it shows the contents of each of the containers. There are photographs that go to each of the labeled containers.
Okay, but those are photographs. Is there an actual inventory of what's inside? And then the next part of the question is, why can't that be moved?
Well, really, I think it's a space issue for the inside of the building to have. We're talking about 30-day supply of different equipment that we're mandated to have. Well, not a 30-day of everything, but it's, kitchen supplies, housekeeping supplies.
Right. So I ask again, why can't those, I thought there were available spaces inside the building because you're not fully occupied. Why can't those supplies go inside the building? Which is where they belong, by the way, not in a storage container in the backyard.
So there's not empty rooms in the building. We have residents in each room, so we're actually trying to keep, not maximum capacity in each room because of the pandemic, the infection control standpoint. We don't have a lot of empty rooms now, even with capacity issues. We don't have empty storage spaces or rooms available in the building.
Let me phrase it another way. If you were told that you're not allowed to have these containers, what would happen?
I definitely think it would be challenging to figure out what to do.
It would be challenging, but you would figure out what to do, right?
Well, we would need to.
Yeah, there you go.
Again, I don't have the answer to that. I don't know what we would do.
You would do something because you would have to. If you're told, let's say the fire department just told you what this is dangerous. That doesn't give you a little concern?
I definitely am concerned. We are a fully sprinkled building. Again, I'm not gonna disagree with the fire department.
You
I would
didn't
love that.
I
I
just want to say the
I
chief,
will, I've met this multiple times, and I would love to have a better understanding from him off this call. We've spoken about it. I would love to better understand what he was mentioning.
okay, let's just put it this way. The fire department has just said publicly that this is a dangerous idea, that it prevents their ladders from accessing the side of the building, which is what they do when they fight a fire. So God forbid, or whoever, person on high forbids, that something terrible happens in the building and the fire department's unable to access the rear and needs to. And then it's in the paper, right? Wouldn't you hate that there was some sort of claim that this was a mismanaged location? I really do think you need to solve this, and you need to focus on solving it and not just say, I don't know what to do, because I'll bet somebody who knows how to pack a room could get that stuff off of there and into a room and into storage areas, which you must have. So you need to look at reducing these or eliminating these, because they're a hazard, they're an eyesore, and they're probably not legal, is my wild guess. So, okay, so that was a direction, I don't remember how many months ago already, and we've been ignored up until now. So I hope you don't continue to ignore us, because we could deny this variance, right? This is an extension of time on a variance that's never been pursued, right? So, okay. I don't know. Do other commissioners have comments? I know I've been usurping the show. Any other comments from others? No? Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add, Mr. George, Mr. Most?
No, I just want to confirm. So one way or another, we need to resolve the container thing. If we're somehow able to show that the Department of Buildings agrees that it's okay, although I understand that's not really what you'd prefer. Clearly, you'd rather see these containers, at least all or substantially removed.
Yes.
Would be ideal, obviously. So we need to figure out how that's going to happen, one way or the other, whether it's through the ZRD1, CCD1 vehicle or through complete or partial removal vehicle. The other thing you've made clear is you want a fence on the outside at the 78th Avenue side that curls around and also prevents entry into that area from the stairs of the adjacent residential building.
So it's more than curling around. It goes all the way from the fenced enclosure that you have in yellow on your drawing there to 78th Avenue, and then from along the 78th Avenue frontage to the front of the building, so that nobody can come in. Simple. It's not.
I do think there's a fence part of the way. I'm not sure if it goes the whole way until those with recycling. My question is, so you want us to block off that driveway?
We want a fence so that people can't wander in off the street. I don't understand why this is hard. And it can I didn't say you can't have a locked gate where someone has a key and parks the car there, but you can have people just wandering it inside, which they do, which we did, by the way. Okay.
You want, right?
Can we not beat this, please? If you don't understand, then speak to your project manager who will draw you a picture, okay?
We understand.
And I just want to underscore, this was not an opening for you to allow those containers. The direction is get rid of the containers, move the stuff inside. Okay, please don't water this down. We've talked about this ad nauseum, and I know you can do it. I'm persuaded you can do it. And I know that you're just not trying, and it's easier not to try. And by the way, it's going to cost you a lot of money because those sprinklers are not allowed. And you're going to end up having to dry sprinkler the entire thing. So save that money, move the stuff inside. Okay, let's move on. Let's go
Go
to
to
the,
public.
yeah.
Just call it out. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, okay. The item we're discussing is 2409 BZ 7810 164th Road, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 921-0479-9491. And the passcode is 735726. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand to speak and *6 to unmute. If you are in the Zoom room already on this case, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so because we get such sort of so much pushback, I'm just going to set this up for 6 weeks from now, the next hearing, the next available hearing. So I need you to submit everything that you can submit by the time we tell you to. We'll tell you what the assigned hearing date is, and you have to submit as many of the materials as are necessary. But I just feel like this is just dragging on and on and on. And yeah, like a fence doesn't take that long to install once you decide you're going to install a fence. Okay, so it'll be a minimum of 4 weeks, but the fence has to be installed. I don't want to hear about a technical issue that stopped the fence from being installed. Okay. All right, thank you. And
Yes.
we, the building representative back, and if there's someone who is in a position of higher authority to make decisions, that person should be, should attend as well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Move on.
Um,
Item number 19.
wait a minute. It's 10 of 4.
Yeah, also.
So maybe we, yeah, maybe we take a 10-minute break now before we start the next one.
Okay.
Okay, so 10 minutes, we'll be back at 4. Okay. everyone could come back, please.
Mr. Weisberg. Do you have anybody with you, Mr. Weisberg?
Yes. Hi,
Hi, how are you?
Brian Spillane, John Howenstein from Cerami, and possibly Richard Hooker. I'm not sure if he's on or if he's needed. He's the air quality consultant. I think everything is okay with that.
Okay. Okay, do we have our commissioners? We have 1, 2. Commissioner Sheta, could you come sit down so it's not just the blank wall? I don't see Commissioner Otley Brown or Fonda. Am I missing something?
Nice.
I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Sorry, you were higher up on the list. Okay, we're all
We're back on the record for the public hearing, April 26, 2021, 2 p.m. session. So this is calendar number is, we're ready, right? I'm live?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is item number 19, 120 13 BZ, 1815 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Okay, and Mr. Spillane, Mr. Hauerstein. I don't see Hooker. Okay. Want to raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your response to this board and do you affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Spillane?
He said he was muted.
Oh,
I don't know if his number ends in, I apologize,
no.
2661.
Oh, I see. There's a name Spillane, but he's called in. Yeah, okay, we're allowed to talk.
Mr. Hauerstein, do you affirm? I can't hear you.
I do.
Okay,
I agree. Yes.
That's Mr. Spillane. Thank you.
okay.
What's your first
Proceed.
name? Sorry, just what's Mr. Spillane's first name?
Brian,
Brian.
Thank you.
I don't think we're going to need Mr. Howenstein, but if he's on, he's on.
Okay.
I don't see Mr. Hooker. All
Don't
right,
worry about Mr. Hooker.
okay.
Hi, good
Proceed,
afternoon.
Mr. Weisberg.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Neil Weisberg on behalf of the applicant. We attended executive session. I'll go through the comments briefly. Regarding the plans not indicating the 6-foot acoustical barrier on that rear yard of the Hudson Place home, and also the location of the old trash enclosure, which was showing up on 2 plan sheets. The architect listened to executive session and will correct these drawings.
Mhm.
Regarding the transparent fence that you spoke about, possibly along the side lot line of Morningstar Road, the 2-story building. We have spoken numerous times to the owner of this building, and he has made it clear that he wants no work added adjacent to his building. If the board would like, we can reach out to him regarding the transparent fence, but he has expressed that he has no issues with McDonald's operation of the site. But we can provide a letter to the board or speak with him.
No, so here's the thing. I get that he doesn't want any opacity because it blocks his windows. We learned about a new material that's actually transparent. So he wouldn't even see it, right? You already have a chain link fence there. So, and you already have planting there. So it's really just this idea of installing a 6-foot. I don't know if this material comes in that same sort of textile. What we saw instead was something rigid. So, but it might be worth your engineer checking into other options that might also work. I don't see why this material has to be opaque. It's really just a textile. So I don't know why it wouldn't be available in some sort of transparent version. It's worth looking into.
And we'll speak with him, Mr. Allen, James Allen.
And just to pick up on Commissioner Sheta's comments, this is one of those things where the choice is between being annoyed by this thing and losing your light. So you go light annoyance, but maybe there's a way to have less annoyance and light at the same time, right? So.
Understood. Well, we will look into that.
Okay.
Okay, regarding the trash enclosure, an after hour pickup, we don't believe is feasible here for a couple of reasons, and I'll talk about that. One was the neighbors at the prior hearing requested that the pickup hours occur prior to 6 p.m. And so that doesn't seem to work. And also, just so you know, the trash enclosure where it's located, we cannot have the typical receptacle because these receptacles will have to be pulled out by the employees of McDonald's because the carting truck can't make that turning radius. So we were able to put it there, but it's a situation where they have to be pulled out, and it would have to be during the hours that McDonald's has employees on site. So we've done the best we could with this.
Okay, I appreciate it. I just didn't understand I didn't realize that they come during hours. So, okay.
But we've moved away to the residents, so we think we've accomplished the best we could. Okay, regarding the hook that was not keyed into the drawing, I think it's best that we create a completely separate drawing, which indicates how the barriers and chains are placed on the site after hours. So it's a separate, clean drawing, and you should be able to understand everything with that. The air quality analysis is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. They were hoping to get it done last week, but it rained on Wednesday and they were unable to. So they'll perform their tests and we'll work with the board to make sure that everything's acceptable. And then finally, there was some talk about the lighting being installed. The lighting has not been installed. There has been a new lighting contractor who has been retained, and we're almost ready to install. So I would expect the lights to be installed in 1 to 2 months. I like the commissioner's idea that we close this hearing and we put us on a leash and we could come back in 6 months to a year, because we would also like to install everything and see if there's a way, come back to the board in 6 to 9 months as well to see if there's any way to extend the hours of operation if all the mitigation measures work as expected.
Mhm. Okay.
And I believe that was all the comments.
Okay. So in terms of air quality, so this is so Tracy, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say this is a non-seeker review, but we had discussed sending it to DEP before. I don't know if that's still the preferred option or if that stops us from closing. I'm not.
Right.
It's up to the board.
But the protocol was already internally approved, right?
From the board, yes.
The board. Okay. So
staff.
So how about this idea? Because it's not seeker, we're not prohibited from closing. If the air quality analysis is being done tomorrow, so now we know when it's being done, right? If we were to close and find out that we have serious problems with the air quality and something additional has to be done that can't be resolved in a submission and needs to be discussed by the board, then we would reopen to discuss the air quality. But otherwise, we could close it with the understanding the air quality analysis is being done, that if there's mitigation that's necessary, that will be proposed in that submission, which we can review, the commissioners can review with Tracy. And then we can decide whether that's something that needs to be forwarded to DEP or whether we're good with the proposed mitigation, something like that. Does that work?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. And ditto for the lighting, because we're talking about an installation in 1 to 2 months. Right? Okay. Anything else? Did I leave anything out? No. So, okay, so now anything commissioners want to suggest or anything? Okay, so let's go to the public. I see some familiar names in the waiting room. Raise your Zoom hand if you'd like to speak, but let Tony do her announcement just for a second.
We are currently discussing item number 19, 120 13 BC, 1815 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Call-in number is 646-558-8656. Webinar ID number is 921-0479-9491. Passcode is 735-726. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your Zoom hand and *6 to unmute to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so there are a number of people in who should be raising their Zoom hands to speak. And there's one phone caller. I see Ms. Bernardino, right?
Yes, DiBardino.
Because I think it's misspelled, but I know your name, so.
It's okay.
So,
Ann is good. Ann is good.
Okay, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
just a sec, Tony, just
Oh,
a
I'm
sec.
sorry.
There's a phone number, last 3 digits, 797. If you would like to speak on this application, please raise your Zoom hand with a *6, okay? Sorry, *9. And I only see Ann's hand up, so we're going to go with her. Go ahead.
Okay, I know I have 3 minutes, but I'm a little bit confused as to what is going on with this application. From what I understand from a resident standpoint, there's very little that has been done with the exception of the hours. I'm not sure if the drive-through is still closed up till 9 o'clock. If that is the case, there are just cones being put there and the cars are still coming through the lot, creating a substantial amount of noise. There's one in particular that revs his engine, has a very loud muffler, wakes us up at all hours of the night. And so that's one area. I've sent the board videos of the garbage trucks again, picking up. As far as the waste bin not being moved, twice I've had rats in my yard. Once, and it's not coming from my yard. My yard is very clean. I have no sheds. It's very well kept. I had to hire an exterminator to put boxes in the back of my fence and to remove the rat. What is going on with this application? I just don't understand. I'm very puzzled. The December 12th, the McDonald's arborists were outside cutting down my tree. I had no knowledge of it. No one called me or emailed me to let me know that they had to do this for the acoustical fence, but that was December 12th. And still, there's no fence. I just don't understand it's taken over a year to get very little done.
So, just so you can understand what's going on as opposed, let me put this into perspective. It may seem like little is being done from your perspective, but from ours, an enormous amount of work has been done by the property owner and their consultants, which is to work with us to try to find solutions for what is the ideal height of the acoustical fence so that you're not woken up in the middle of the night, which we know from the videos is an issue. And so it took quite some time to do these acoustical studies through no fault of theirs, because we kept sending them back saying, this isn't good enough. We need to see another kind of acoustical analysis done. Now they've come to the conclusion, which I hope they convey to you, that on your property, all the properties that are facing, what's that street? What street are you on again?
The front of my house is Westbrook.
Westbrook,
The
all that,
back of the house faces Forest Avenue and faces McDonald's parking lot.
the Westbrook fronting houses will get a 15-foot high acoustical fence that the fence is on their property, or let's say is on facing them. And behind that acoustical fence will be trees on their property to conceal that fence from you. So you're not looking at an ugly acoustical fence.
And what is the timing of that?
So that's a different thing, which we'll let the applicant talk about. But they needed to wait until they got sign off from us to proceed. And then other things that they are doing is changing the lighting. So the lighting does not shine on your property. And they're relocating the trash enclosure away, completely away from that corner. It's moving into the parking lot, much closer to the building. And did I leave anything out? Mr. Weisbord, did I leave anything out, or any commissioners?
Well, regarding the store closing with cars driving through there, I know that barriers are put up every night, but the restaurant is open till midnight. And so when the drive-through has been closing at 9 p.m. as requested, but the restaurant is open till 12. So maybe a car came before 12.
A car? I know this happens all hours of the night, Neil. This is consistent. This is an ongoing issue. And as far as the gentleman on Morningstar Road, that garden apartment, he does not live there. Many of the people in that garden apartment are very dissatisfied with the McDonald's operation. James Olive does not live there. He has no idea what goes on. So I'm just saying that this goes on constantly. 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm woken up out of unfortunately, cones are not going to manage the problem. You have to put gates.
No, it's
I
okay.
know it's a little bit more expensive, but you have to put gates. If you go down to Target on Forest Avenue, after hours, they have a gate that closes off access to their parking lot. Unfortunately, that is really, the cones are it's a makeshift, solution. It doesn't do it. I'm sorry.
So it's not going to be cones permanently. They're going to be installing a chain across the drive-through, which is what we were discussing when we were talking about a hook. The hook receives the chain. So there's a chain that goes across the drive-through when the drive-through is closed, but the restaurant is open until midnight.
And I understand that, but I mean, what about after midnight? I mean, it's not just the drive-through. There's access to the McDonald's parking lot, 4 different access points, 2 on Morningstar and 2 on Forest Avenue. Now, yes, they're designated as, in and outs, but people don't pay attention to that, unfortunately.
So is there an objection by the applicant, by Mr. Spillane, to at the end of closing at midnight, that there is a chain that goes up to prevent people from driving into the parking lot? I don't know why they're.
Am I
We've
unmuted?
mentioned this many times. I mean, this is not the first time this has been brought up.
Ms. DeBrowne, we're trying to make solutions that get put on drawings, and then the instructions are that they have to install the things that are shown on the drawing. So at the moment,
I understand.
drawing stage.
In
Okay.
a way.
Okay. So do you have any other, before we go to Mr. Spillane, do you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No. I just would like to, I mean, I know that Mr. Spillane is going to address this in terms of the timing of all these resolutions.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. I just want to see if
You're
there's
welcome.
anybody else from the public who wants to speak. I don't see Zoom hands up. If you want to speak, please raise your Zoom hand.
This is 120 13BZ, 1815 Forest Avenue. It's a McDonald's.
I know John O'Connor was planning to attend, but he's had major surgery recently. So maybe something has come up.
No, he's in the room, but he hasn't raised his hand. So, and Okay, so, and then again, there's these two people called in, two different phone numbers. To raise your hand, you press *9 on your telephone number, on your telephone, and there's a delay. They're listening on YouTube probably, so,
Maybe he's having a problem raising his hands.
okay, well, if, you know, he wants to try calling back in, I don't know. So I'm allowing him to speak. I'm giving him permission, and if he wants to speak, then he can. Okay, so Mr. Spillane, we're talking about the idea of chaining the lot so that after hours, people can't use it to drive around in. Why they would, I don't know.
Am I unmuted?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I have put in chains and we have the traffic barrels, but so we started with metal chains, which a car hit the metal chains and ripped the posts that the chains were connected to out of the ground. So I went to bright yellow plastic chains, which have been broken several times, but I do replace them sometimes twice a week.
Oh.
But I can go back to heavier metal chains.
What's going on with
I
this
could go
site
back
then?
to heavier metal chains, but you know, they're damaging cars that for some reason don't feel as if that chain can hold them back.
What do you attribute this to? You know, why is there such a need to go into your parking lot?
Because there are businesses around us that stay open late, and you know, street parking isn't always available. Now, I know there's a barber shop across the street where they have just these tremendous parties that happen there. And, you know, and there's a car club there too, it's a little side street that's right off of Morningstar Road, and they hang out and they party there. They don't hang out in my lot, but, you know, they're trying to park their cars there because, you know, I don't know if it gives them refuge from the police. I don't know what it is, but, you know, they try to park there. They try like heck to park in my lot.
How about the idea, and I see Commissioner Shanda's hand up, just one second. How about, as is done in some other sites, an actual fence instead of chains, which seem not to work once it's in that location?
He's not even around here at night.
We're willing to try anything.
Yeah,
you know.
Excuse me, Mrs. Spillane, stop speaking. Whoever is speaking, please mute yourself.
I just muted Mr. O'Connor.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Spillane.
Go ahead. I apologize.
Looking at the idea.
I have, you know, I'll do anything it takes to make everybody happy as long as DOB approves. If it's a gate that we have to put across an entrance, there's one entrance on Morningstar and two on Forest Avenue. And, you know, during snowstorms, I'm the one that I help clear the sidewalks and everything. I watched cars from Forest Avenue go up the wrong way, up the street and into my entrances, trying to get breakfast in a restaurant that's closed because the snowstorm's so bad. So, you know, it's people do some unfathomable things, but, you know, I'm doing anything I can to prevent it. And if we need to do a gate, it's something I'll look into.
Okay, please take a look at that. Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
Okay.
I think while I understand the community's questions, I think a lot of the operations that is happening, what is before us is the drive-through, and any improvements that the owner makes that is not related to the drive-through that would improve the quality of the thing, it's up to him. It should not be part of our conditions. I really do not believe we should be forcing the applicant at this point to put in through these additional expenses that is not part of the variant, that is not part of the drive-through. What elements that are causing the issues associated with the drive-through, the applicant should address. The others, the applicant in its own best interest should consider it when it's possible. I am sympathetic to what the neighbor is going through. They should then together go to the police, they together go to the community board, together talk to the business owners and have them respond to it. I do not think they should be part of the BSA review and conditions in our approval for a drive-through.
Okay, so I'm not suggesting it's conditions, but it would be kind of ironic after all of this work that where we're trying to respond to the neighbors' complaints about the drive-through, and then the complaints don't stop because of let's say a collateral issue that could have been addressed. So it's really more like in this public forum, there's an opportunity to address these issues. And I think from a business perspective, it makes sense to try to get rid of the complaints and be able to move on in peace. And that's why I try to look at solutions. So understood, there's always a strange line between what's as of right and what isn't when we're at the board. And so that's why it's a recommendation to try to solve the problem. So, and you can see. Okay, anybody else from the public who would like to speak? I don't see Mr. O'Connor. I can unmute you or ask you to unmute. And if you want to speak, please do.
Am I unmuted?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I concur with Ann. There has been marginal improvement just because of the shutdown of the drive-through, but big issues still remain. They're not being addressed. The noise from that parking lot, as I said, is marginal, but we have trouble sleeping in this house. And I'm sure Ann does the same.
Right, but you heard about the acoustical fences that are going to be installed, right? So
I did hear that, and I hope that that's going to work. But I will also tell you, I've lived here almost 40 years. I don't know anything about a car club. I don't know anything about businesses being open after 12, except for maybe the diner across the street. I don't know what they talk about sometimes. I sit here and I marvel at the excuses.
Mr.
It's just
O'Connor?
not based in reality.
Mr. O'Connor,
Yes.
what activity do you believe this noise is coming from?
Well, I think, first of all, just last week, I tried to send it to the board, but I was quite ill. We're power washing 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning. These are McDonald's employees that I guess supposedly work at that time. I don't know what they're doing, but they were there. The car that Ann referenced is probably there 4 or 5 times a week. It sits in the back and it just revs up its engine right near the fence. We hear it in our living room.
What time would that be around?
All different times. You try to turn over in bed and try to ignore it.
Of course.
But it's after midnight.
right.
It just hasn't gotten better. Again, I shouldn't say that. It's gotten marginally better. But even the employees at power washing at that time early in the morning, I mean, it's just it's not the.
What are
It's
they?
just something that could be corrected. I mean, I don't understand what sure you talk about walls and I hope that does fix it. But
Mr. O'Connor, the chair asked, what are they power washing?
they're power washing the sidewalks, the back of the store.
Okay, so do you believe if there was a fence and there wouldn't be work past the closing time, past 12, do you think that would address the community's concerns?
I said, I hope so, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not an expert. We're on the second floor. I hope that you did a 15-foot. I'm sure you did the best you can with the studies that, by the way, were only taken for about 30 minutes. I hope that works. Everybody wants this thing to work, but I think you're being led down a road of, things have gotten better and this is going to stop. Well, I'm not sure that that's the way we see it here. I think I share Ann's frustration. It's been taking a long time. These are countless nights of sleep. I understand. Yeah, everybody likes to see progress on paper and all that. That's fine. You're not sleeping yet, and our frustration is real.
So, but Mr. O'Connor, it's not that we like to see progress on paper. If we don't see it on paper as a plan, how are they going to do it? How are they going to solve the problem? then they could easily install something and it doesn't work. This was
Okay, so this plan, okay, I hear you. You're right. You are correct. Okay. And this
okay,
plan has been going on, what have we've been at this for about a year and a half now?
Mr.
Is that
O'Connor,
correct?
you're going to have to respect that there's a process and there's an analytical method, and you don't just jump in and throw some stuff up because it'll cost the property owner a lot of money and it's not going to work. So now we have solutions, and then those things are going to be installed. So, okay. So now I'd just like to go to applicant's counsel or Mr. Spillane about, or the engineers about what kind of timing we're talking about in terms of installation of the materials.
May I ask a question first, Chair?
And I see Vice Chair Shonda's hand is up again, unless it's not. Oh, okay. Not. Go ahead.
Me? Council, being that, is there a possibility that we can have something that states that there won't be work done outside of working hours?
I could, Brian, I don't see why not. And I think Brian's willing to do whatever it takes to, but I'll let Brian answer himself.
Yeah, if anything, like at that time of night, most of my employees are out. Normally it's the cleaning of our exhaust system that's done by an outside company, but I'll talk with them to see if we can do it at another time, because it has to happen when the business is closed. But even if we have to close, at a different time, it has to happen on a quarterly basis to meet fire department regulations. We have to have it, all of those exhausts done by a professional company. That would be the only power washing that's been done at night. They use power washers. They go up on our roof and they power wash down from the exhaust stacks from our grills and fryers, and they power wash down into the restaurant.
Okay.
And were you, my last question is, were you previously aware of some vehicle that was revving in your parking lot? Were you made previously aware of that?
I'm aware of some of the activities that go on in the parking lot late night, just from our experience from when we were open 24 hours. We knew what, where the parties are from, and, the car club that hangs out there. So, and they would come in to eat, before, during, and after the parties. So I am not aware of any particular car, but I can, maybe take a look at security cameras. And, in the meantime, as far as gate fences and stuff, I'll go back to a heavier chain and, maybe try to put in deeper posts. So if a car does hit it, really, I don't know what'll happen. I would assume the eye of the chain would probably get pulled out of the post or something. I'll do whatever it takes. We're trying to run the business and still keep the neighbors, the board, and the community happy. And, I think we're showing that we're trying to go down that road.
And also, Brian, while you're on, once the board closes the hearing or approves the drawings, how long will it take to get up the acoustical fence?
I can act as quickly as possible. As soon as I'm assuming an offense could just get ordered, and if we don't need approval by DOB or something like that, we could start immediately.
We've actually obtained approval from DOB for the fence.
Okay, we're ready.
I know that.
Oh, you have DOB approval already?
We had to file a revised application with Department of Buildings, and we wanted to make sure the 15-foot fence would be approvable, and it has been approved, but only the three rear. But since a 15-foot fence was approved, I don't see any problem along Hudson as well.
Okay, great. Okay, so I don't think the board has any issues anymore with the drawings, right? Everybody's okay with the drawings, so you should begin the fence installation immediately. Okay, and so
Okay.
that, okay? So-
Okay,
So how about this idea? We're getting the air quality information tomorrow. The fence should be installed in the interim between now and the next hearing. We can close the hearing on the expectation that the fence will be installed because noise is really the biggest issue that we're dealing with. And if you're able to put up some improved version of it, a chain to prevent late night car usage, I guess, of the lot. And any of the other, well, the trash enclosure might take a little longer to construct. I'm not sure how long that one is. That's probably a longer process. But did you get approvals for the trash enclosure already?
no, we just wanted to confirm that the 15-foot fence would be approved by DOB, so that's all that was.
Okay, so that will take a little longer, but okay. So let's do this. Let's close the hearing and I give you 6 weeks to install as much as you can install. Ideally, that would include the trash enclosure. And so that before the decision, if we need to defer a little bit more because of the completion, so it would be better to see everything in place. But that way we don't necessarily have to have any more discussions about this, but ideally it's already in place. Okay? Does
Okay,
that work for the commissioners? Yes, okay. So then, like I said, 6 weeks to submit. Does that sound good?
6 weeks to submit.
Yeah.
Such as 6 weeks to install.
To install, it's the same. Oh, I see what you're saying. 6 weeks and we come back for a hearing in 6 weeks because it's installed already. I don't know.
I would like to think that we could get the fence installed within 6 weeks and then get it voted out in 6 weeks.
But that means you're hitting it so we don't have time to even look. So 6 weeks to install the fence. How much time do we, right?
I think, okay, so we will submit to the board in 6 weeks, confirming that what has been installed at that time, and then okay.
Okay, I think that's just an easier way to work it. And if 6 weeks plus that extra time before the hearing is enough to also install the trash enclosure, remove the other one and install the new one, then do it.
Okay,
I just don't know what the timing is on that, okay? Okay, thank you.
thank you.
And
Okay.
submit the air quality report right away.
Right, yes, exactly.
Will do.
Move on, Madam Chair?
Yeah, yes,
Yes, okay. Item number 20, 2016-4340 BZ, 13102 40th Road, Queens.
Did we not say we would close the previous one?
oh, didn't we close? Oh.
No,
No.
we didn't.
Yeah. Sorry. No, right, we didn't vote. Sorry, I was writing. Okay,
So I asked if we're done. Oh.
to close the last, that's the thing, I can't write in. Okay, so,
Oh, you want me to recall it?
yeah, recall.
Okay, so I'm recalling, pardon to the current occupants there. I'm recalling 12013 BZ, 1815 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Yes, so a motion to close on Staten Island, and again, 6 weeks to submit. Photographs showing the installed fencing. And in the interim between the 6 weeks to submit and the date of the decision, photographs of the trash enclosure installed ideally. That would be the goal, okay?
Okay, so the motion to close, Chair Promoter? Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, so now I'm calling item number 20. 2016-4340BZ, 13102 40th Road, Queens. Thanks, Mr. Pittman.
Am I unmuted? This is Mitchell Ross for the applicant.
No, I have you, Mitch.
Okay.
Anyone else? You have Clyde Pittman, Miss Lou, and yourself. Anyone else?
Yeah. And, based on the review session, it looks like they may not need to testify, but I guess we need to swear them in anyway.
Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
Yes.
Mr. Pittman?
Mr. Pittman isn't here. My name is Bella Harris and I work for Clyde.
Okay, so you heard you affirm?
I affirm.
Miss Lou?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Ross.
We all were listening to the review session. We're very pleased that the board seems satisfied with our last submission. Let me just quickly say I want to thank the board and its staff for working very hard in a very complicated file. And we're hoping that the board can close the hearing today because of the timing on the stalled project and the staging and the need to begin construction. Again, I know the board has a lot on its plate, but we're hoping we can have a decision maybe as quickly as the next hearing, which is May the 10th.
Let's see what happens. Okay. I can't make any promises till I see the calendar. So, but thank you. And I do want to thank Ms. Lou and Mr. Pittman for their diligence on getting the drawings up to speed. And yeah, now I would say, I know Mr. Ross, you were disappointed because I had referred to another one of your cases as a model and not this one, quite the opposite. Now we could use Ms. Lou's drawings as a model. So, okay, so you've achieved model status. So
that's very nice of you. Thank you very much. We've been working very hard, and we appreciate the level that the board needs to get to in these matters. We appreciate it.
thank you. All right, then. Any comments from commissioners? We'll go to the public otherwise. Let's go to the public.
The item we are currently discussing is 2016-4340BZ, 13102 40th Road, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 921-0479-9491. And the passcode is 735-726 should you need it. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. If you were already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, so I'm going to give it some time because we know that the delay is really long, and in this case, there's nothing to submit. So I don't know what to talk about to give it the time. So let's just, unless you want to talk about the weather, holiday plans. Okay.
Beautiful day, but we're not outside. That's all we can say, right?
Okay. Okay, so I would therefore, I see nobody in the Zoom room who I believe is not part of another application, but if you're in the Zoom room and you would like to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. There's a couple of names. I'm not sure. Okay, so then I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item is, I'm sorry.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the thorough review and the guidance. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
next,
Go ahead.
next item is 2017-213 BZ, 1808 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn. I saw Ben Stark.
Yeah. And Stuart. And I don't know who else.
Ben Stark.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Stark, hi, Mr.
Yeah,
Stark.
sorry about that.
How are you? Is your team
hi.
ready?
Are you expecting anyone else?
My whole team is here. You want me to introduce them now, Ms. Matias, or?
It's Mr. Beckerman, yourself, and Ms. Sorry.
Our team, it consists of Mr. Beckerman, and myself from Singer Epstein. We also have Karen Carlini, Associate Director of Dynamic Youth Community. We have Costa Coloris from Pose and Architects. Am I seeing him here?
Yes.
He's here.
Okay, there. And we have Shengxi from YSA, our consulting engineer. We have Annette Duran from the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York is here as well and can answer questions. That's all.
Okay, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Everyone?
Yes.
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 Mr. Rand, are you part of the team? Okay, I heard yes. Proceed, Mr. Stark.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ben Stark from Singer Epstein, Land Use Counsel to the applicant, Dynamic Youth Community. We attended this early afternoon's executive session and heard and took notes of the board's questions on the case. We would like to begin before addressing any specific questions by having Karen Carlini from DYC read a prepared statement before beginning a response to questions. So Karen, would you like to take it away?
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of all of those needing our services. My name is Karen Carlini. I'm the Associate Director of Dynamic Youth Community. Most of you know me. We've been here a number of times. I'm here today to answer specific questions that remain on our application to amend our 2018 BSA zoning variance. There are many, I think 4 issues regarding the amendment. Before I answer any specific questions, I'd like to make some what I believe are very compelling comments, and also at the same time I think might address some of the concerns that came up during the executive session earlier today. I really, I guess before you today to convey the urgency of the public's need for our new community residence facility on Coney Island Avenue in Brooklyn, which we would expand residential services for adolescent children and other young people seeking help for substance use disorder. The need for this community residence program is probably more compelling, more important than ever. On April 22nd, just last week, the Centers for Disease Control predicted a 27% increase in drug overdose deaths for the year 2020. The Rockefeller Institute, which is a biomedical institute here in New York, conducted an analysis of preliminary data indicating that 2020 will be by far the deadliest year on record in our nation's drug overdose crisis. The largest previous year spike in overdose deaths were around 10%. A 27% increase is alarming and will require swift action on behalf of government and community leaders. Clearly, the challenges we have faced during the COVID-19 epidemic has impacted drug use, mental health, and suicide. Lack of access during these times has proved to be dangerous to so many, and even worse, deadly. We've learned here that through isolation, people not being able to access treatment, clearly it rises, it increases the dangers of drugs. In many ways, it affects society. And again, worse yet, it results in death. And I think that during this time, even though we as people who have been doing this job for so long know what brings people to their knees for substance abuse, we all know now that during a crisis like COVID, it proves that happened. I wanted to just say that I know many of you know us, but I really did want to reiterate how many years we're in this community. We started here in 1970. I'm here 48 years. The executive director is here from the beginning, 51 years. We've seen over the past 3 years a rise in the opioid addiction. We saw it in the very beginning among young people, and it spread really to all walks of life. There's nobody that's been spared. It doesn't discriminate. We've provided these services exclusively to young people and young adults from the very, very beginning in 1970. We've saved thousands of people from death, led many of them to healthy lives and becoming productive members of society. We have, in 2008, with the support of the state of New York and the BSA, we were able to increase or open up a residential site right here on 1830 Coney Island Avenue that accommodated 16 beds. That program's been open since, again, 2008, and has had so much success and waiting lists consistently from the day it's open. That's the biggest reason why we wanted to expand. So even though we talk about COVID, this problem certainly was an issue way before COVID, continues to be, and is growing every day. So, we hope that part of this will be continued. Since 2008, we've helped hundreds of additional people that we weren't able to help before without that expansion. Hundreds of people who may very well have died without residential treatment. But as they have grown, DYC's residents have become productive members of the Midwood and Brooklyn community. They vote, they work, they volunteer, they go to school, all in the community. They are as much a part of the community as people who live in the apartment building next door to us. We have 2 apartment buildings right in between 1808 and 1830. The people that leave those apartment buildings and go to the store or go to do their laundry or take a walk down the block are the same. Our people in our program do the same things. We talked earlier, or you talked earlier in the executive session about community board opposition. There really wasn't, I think, any notable community board opposition. I think what we had was fear. I think we had people who thought that the traffic back and forth from 1808 to 1830 would create problems. We haven't had those problems. There are no complaints to the community board. There are no complaints to the local precinct. We haven't had those kinds of issues. We do have a camera outside. We'll have a camera at the other building. So we'll be able to monitor what happens going back and forth. So I think, as I mentioned, the idea, I think we know what we're doing. The facilities, I wish that you could see them. I know that early on we invited you all to see our facilities. There are no, all of our facilities are like a home away from home. That really is the way they're referred to. They look like that. They feel like that. There's no way that the design of 1808 will be any different. There are no special faculty lounges or even faculty bathrooms in most of our buildings. Everything is community oriented. We're all in this together. We work together to keep our communities really nice and warm. And the idea that people will be walking back and forth, I know that the kitchen is a very big issue. I know it certainly was an issue in our last hearing, and that it came up again today in the executive session. We spoke with Oasis at length about this issue. Oasis described to us that the idea of having a pantry in a building that it's in close proximity to its main location is a standard practice throughout New York City and Oasis projects. There is no issue with that. We've determined from the approval of the 2018 variance that there would be foot traffic going back and forth. The only difference now is if they come over to 1830 Coney Island Avenue for their counseling service, after their counseling service, they will eat dinner here. They can cook dinner here. They can be part of the kitchen crew here. All of those activities could happen just as they would happen at 1808 because of the interaction between the two buildings. We said that. We never said anything different. So it wouldn't increase the traffic. It might send them back a little bit later in the day. Instead of 5 o'clock, they may go back at 6, or instead of 6, they may go back at 7. But there is no difference in terms of the amount of interaction between the two programs. I think that we've been very, very clear. Upstate, we have 3 dormitories separate from our main house. The kids leave the dormitory, they come to the main house to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They go back to their dormitories at night. It's something that they're very used to. They do it, and they like eating in that community environment, so it works for them. It could easily work for them here. Again, they would be leaving the building just like somebody who lives on the block and is leaving the building. Coney Island Avenue is there's a lot of activity here. Winter, spring, summer, fall. It isn't an area where it's just busy in the summertime. It's busy all year round. And the additional people that we have coming in out of the program isn't going to make it much busier than it is. So I believe that, we're good neighbors. I think we've proved that by our track record. Again, if we look back, there aren't any big issues for an agency that's been in the same community for 50 years. I think if it was a problem, we'd know that by now. We did go to Oasis. We explained that after the feasibility study was done, the project came in much higher than what we expected. They didn't give up on us. They didn't say, sorry, we can't do it. They believe that we're a good agency. They want us to have this program. They said, please go back, see what you can do to bring the cost down. We worked very hard. Our team's been collaborative. We worked with Ben, with our attorneys, with the dormitory authority, with Oasis, with the architect, with the consultants, all at the same time, talking about all of the different issues. And at the end of the day, we've agreed that we want what's best for the kids in our program. We've always wanted what's best. That's the environment here. The rooms that are large are made there according to Oasis regulations. We're a Part 819 program, community residence. We're not supportive living. It's a community residence. It's a section in the Part 819 regulations. We have to meet those regulations. They have facility requirements. Costa could talk about that a little bit later, just in terms of how many feet we need, how many square feet per person, how many staff we need, and that, that will be done. We believe that the changes that we made, we've done that with no compromise to the community, no compromise to services. We believe that we'll still be part of this community as we are now. We shop in this community. We're part, like I said, I'm here, it's 48 years. I know this community like my own community where I live. I spend more time in this community than where I live. So, and I've done that since a very young age. And so is the executive director. So I can assure you that you have our commitment, that wouldn't change. It certainly wouldn't change by the elimination of a full kitchen. The kids in the program know that they're welcome in this building. They know how that interaction happens. This building, 1808's been open for 20 years. There's all sorts of activities that went on there. Nobody slept there, but there were many activities, group counseling sessions. They had their work crews that are housed over there, family groups in the evening. So there were many things that happened over the 20 years that we own that building. So it's not a building that's that empty. So traffic has always happened. Interaction between the two buildings has always occurred. I hope, as I said, we're upstanding in our community. You have our commitment that we will do our best. And I think our best is good enough. I think it's excellent, actually, in terms of what we've been able to accomplish, considering the services that we provide and the communities, even the community opposition. The community stepped up for us. In the end, they stepped up for us, and members of the young people in the community said, we need these services in our community because we have these problems in our community. And then the community board said, move forward, go forward to the BSA. You granted our variance. Unfortunately, we have this fiscal problem. I did hear from some of you that you understand what we're up against here, but we're up against something much bigger than money. And we're up against a big problem that a lot of people are dying from. And it isn't going to get the COVID epidemic will be over. It'll be over. but the opioid epidemic won't, and it'll be worse, and it'll stay worse. So I hope that you'll consider my comments as well as the other members of our team and all the work that went into this. It's been a long process and a lot of time and energy, because it's something that we want for the good of the kids and their families who desperately want it and need it.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question? So again, I personally, and I think all the commissioners are really sympathetic to the needs for this building, and the work of the institution is very important. But you know, the BSA, let's say all of those other agencies that are imposing on you, they're not, let's say, more important than the requirement of the BSA to give you this variance, right? You can't do what you're proposing to do without the variance, and the BSA needs to make its findings, and that's been an issue throughout. And so you know, I hear what you're saying about how this is operating, but that's in conflict with the materials that are submitted to us that actually gave us a daily schedule that said the kids get up in the morning and they go and they get their breakfast from the microwave in the reheating room. So I hear like Pop-Tart, and then they go and they do their first activity, and then or a couple of activities on site, and then they go have lunch in that microwave place. So I hear some microwaved food that's not the same thing as well-cooked food and learning how to cook. And then this is what it says in the materials. And then they have counseling in the afternoon, and then they have their dinners at the microwave. And so, and that they can't, I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, I was reading your submission, and they can, if they want to, go over to the other building and have a meal at the other building. So part of the problem is that there's conflict in the submission and then what you're representing. But for me, it's more than that. So far, no one has explained to us why you need so much administrative space down there. There is an unrepresented, unsupported argument in the architect's letter that says that that there's some requirement for administrative spaces. We don't know what it is, but it's a lot of administration. It's effectively treating the ground floor as administrative offices, which doesn't make sense, where you're giving up what was initially represented to us as a critical element in the program. And from my own personal perspective, I used to do architecture work for an organization called Food First. And their whole premise was that people who are compromised, and this was people compromised with HIV, people who are compromised in any way, emotionally, physically, all sorts of ways, must have nutrition and have good nutrition. And then this whole thing about being able to cook together and so on, that creates a community. And what you're doing is removing what for me is actually the most critical aspect of this program in the interest of administrative offices that not one person has explained the need for, a real programmatic need. And by the way, this is supposed to be an educational institution. And so those offices downstairs, I don't see how they're supporting the educational institution. I see it's a place for the director to sit. It's a really nice office. They're way bigger than offices need to be.
With all due respect, though, because I hear what you're saying, and with all due respect, those big offices are there because we have facility regulations that require we meet certain square footage. We've met the minimum. You know, the footprint of this building is very narrow. We had limited space. There is no excess there. We have OASIS regulations that require we have a certain amount of square footage. There are no fancy director's office. Those administrative spaces double as group rooms. There's all sorts of activities, vocational services, all sorts of activities that happen. They're labeled administrative space, I guess for the sake of clarity in terms of understanding that it's an office space rather than a bedroom or a kitchen or a living, so that's where they're labeled. In terms of where we are as an agency for 50 years, I could assure you that the kids here get very, very good nutrition. We know what we're doing. We're doing this a very long time. There's nobody here that isn't getting proper nutrition. The wording that I think what you described probably was meant more to make the point that food would be available to them, and that if they wanted to, I would tell you that if you want them to, they must go X amount of times, we can make that happen, but they will, because that's how they roll. I know how the kids that live upstairs in our community residence, they eat a bowl of cereal, they run out to do what they have to do. That's what they do. They could have bacon and eggs, they could have eggs Benedict, they could have whatever they want for breakfast, but they don't. They're young kids, they have a bowl of cereal, some fruit, they run out, they go to school, they go to work, whatever it is they have to do, or a group counseling session. I'm watching them since 2008. My office is right below them. I spend much time in the community residence here. I know the way they live. I know their habits. I know what they like. I could do the shopping for them. That's how close I am to the program. And the program down the block wouldn't be any different.
Can you show us the OASAS rules about administrative functions? So
Yes.
far, I have seen nothing. I've seen only a statement that says you need them and nothing more than that. And I tried to find them myself, but I could not find any place that says in a residential facility like this, X% of the facility has to be in administrative. I didn't find anything like that. And by the way, we have that in other types of institutions where
We have that here. We'll provide that to you. It's not a problem. They exist. There are facility regulations.
And then we also need to see what's going on in the other building, because you're saying they're linked. And so we need to see the floor plans of the other building. So we see, well, why are you having duplicate services where you're giving up something essential in this building where maybe you have it in the other one, right? I mean.
Could you say that again?
So we need to see the floor plans of
1830.
The other building, the other one
Right.
is down the street, right? Because we want to see if you're providing those programmatic functions there, why do you need to provide them here? Or because maybe you have duplicative functions, okay? That's what we do here. And to say that we shouldn't be doing it is treating the BSA process as if it doesn't matter, and the only thing that matters is the OASAS process.
They're not duplicate, and they're not duplicate. We're increasing the amount of people we're servicing, so we need more space to service them in, and the space has to conform to the OASIS facility regulations. It's as simple as that. We can provide a floor plan and show you what we have in this building, but that's not going to change the fact that we can have X amount of people in a room at one time. We're limited to the amount of people that are allowed to be in a group, the amount of bodies that are allowed to be in a group. There are limitations on those things. I can't put 20 people in one room, even if the space allowed for it, because the clinical regulations say that we can't do that. So I have to be able to service 20 more people, and I need the space to do that.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Because we really want to use the hearing to be as productive as possible. And so I think one of the challenges is, and I'm going to invite project architect Costa Caloris to speak in just a moment. One of the challenges is because I'm with you, Madam Chair, that the OASIS rules and the way they read, it's not like so plain language as to provide X, provide Y. In a way, as I've had long conversations with the project architect about this, the facilities regulations are a bit of a transitive property from requirements for individual spaces for certain staff members. They say you need X number of staff members, and the way that OASIS has enforced their facilities regulations, from what I've understood, is they've interpreted the staff member requirements to require specific spaces. So it is a little difficult to glean from those OASIS regs exactly what the facility requirements are, but we are being totally forthright with you that and the rest of the board that the spaces, the admin spaces and the counseling spaces in this building are the bare minimum required by OASIS. And so I want to turn to the letter that Posen had provided to the board and to see if there are ways that we can further explain that, because there is a particular section in the Posen letter that describes the need for those admin spaces. So I want to use this opportunity to talk about that section of the letter to see if there's anything more that we can add to give the commissioners the comfort that they need, that that question has been answered.
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Because it really was my question as to why you couldn't relocate the kitchen dining room into that admin space on the first floor. So I actually was looking through the statement to try and find the place where you discussed the need for the admin spaces. And in the statement of facts and findings, when you talk about the program and what the changes you're making, you talk about how you're going to make changes to the kitchen and basically say that to completely meet the programmatic need associated with its community and residents and educational program, the approved building includes spaces for individual, group counseling, educational, vocational instruction, and administrative functions. So for me personally, I would want an addendum to that, because I gave the question, well, why was it so easy to lose the lunch? When to me, giving nourishing food was the most important thing between the two spaces. You would have to then give me more detail in that paragraph other than just that the approved building will continue to provide these spaces that you consider are important.
Understood, Commissioner.
So rather than like attack the board and argue with the board for asking what's a reasonable question, which is if you value the children and this program, or young people, and this program is all about the young people, why are the young people being asked to sacrifice when there's a budget issue? And so
Because there is no
response-
sacrifice. There is no sacrifice.
Hold on a second, because what you have to then respond is not there's no sacrifice and I know better because I'm the executive director. The proper response would be to work with Mr. Stark and just give me more detail as to why those spaces couldn't be given up and why they are more important. I'm not arguing that they're not more important. I just need to see the information.
I understand.
It's important.
One person can speak, one person.
Karen, give me just a moment.
Can I, Ben, I do want to just say something because it's important really to note.
Stop. You cannot interrupt. I'm waiting for Commissioner Otley Brown to finish what she says, and then you will be recognized. You have to work one at a time. This is a Zoom call. We can't hear everybody, okay? Commissioner Otley Brown, please finish.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish by saying, you know, the commissioners read a lot every 2 weeks for every hearing. And so when there's the statement of facts and findings, it would be helpful if all of the pertinent information is included in that, and we don't have to then go find a letter from Posen and a letter from this one and a letter from that one. The statement should be as comprehensive and complete as you can be. And so in response to my question, it would be very nice if you gave me a written response now that, because it's not in this statement, that basically talks about how you feel that, you know, given the balancing act, there's no place to put those spaces that you would have to get rid of in order to put the kitchen on the first floor, and how integral those spaces are to the young people, so that in my head, I could then go, okay, it may say administrative offices, but it really is providing a service for the young people that is at least as important as nutritious food, or even more important. That's what you would have to do in order to get me to say, okay, this is a good amendment. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but you just have to go a little further in your analysis on paper.
I want to add one thing to that, because this is always what happens with applications where they shift meaning in the middle of the hearing process, and I don't understand how they shift meaning. The administrative offices are labeled very clearly: conference room, director's room, admin, a pantry, this and this. And now we're being told that's not really what they are. They're really something else. It's just like convenience for how they were labeled. So I have to say that, you know, if if you're trying to make an argument, then don't undermine your argument by mislabeling the plans to misrepresent whatever, or not misrepresent, represent fully whatever it is this thing is doing, because I'm in the same way. I'm looking at cushy offices for the directors and children not being able to eat hot food. That's what the drawings show. And I'm sorry, Ms. Carlini, we read drawings. The drawings speak. And then so does the programmatic needs analysis. So if that's not what you intended to say, then you need to say what you intended to say in the materials that are submitted. And not, what ends up happening is it leads us astray. It leads us to a place, right?
It doesn't say cushy director's office, and it doesn't say that. It says what they are for the purposes of Oasis, to understand that we're meeting the square footage required for what they need. It doesn't mean that they're not multi-purpose rooms. If we can go back and clarify that we're not changing the purpose. Everything that we're doing is what we intended to do from the very beginning. This has been a complicated process. We're trying to give you what you need in terms of what we think you need. It's hard really to understand that as we go through this process. It does get more complicated. We're not taking away lunch to give an administrative space. That's not how we see it. It certainly isn't what we're doing. We have Oasis and the DASNY, the Dormitory Authority, and Oasis supporting that change, in that they don't feel there's any compromise in service. And I will tell you, if Oasis tells us to do something and we think it compromises services, we would fight with them. We don't believe it'll compromise either, because we're not taking away lunch. We're just giving it to them in a different place if they choose. That's the difference. We're not taking it away. It's the language, I think, that I take exception to in terms of what we're doing. I know what we're trying to do, and that's to give them a place where they could feel safe, comfortable, and get the help that they need. And we do that well. We've been doing it a very, very long time.
I'm just going to reiterate what Commissioner Ollie Brown says. It can't be, I'm the director and I know and you don't know. It has to be that we are shown those things. So I'd like to, who's the architect in this group?
It's Costa Coloris from Posen Architects, but may I please?
No, I want to speak to the architect. So here, so Mr. Coloris, I'm an architect. I used to do exactly what you're doing, okay? And I know that I was given programmatic requirements by my client, and sometimes my client didn't even know what it was that they needed to do, because, for instance, I start researching a little more about the institution and the types of institutions that are like this. And it's a better way to design it if you include X and Y, and this thing is less important, or maybe this can be smaller or whatever. And then there are all the different codes and regulations and so on. So knowing what you know, because you're the one who has to do the drawings to comply with all those codes and regulations, can you please modify the drawings so that you show each space and what the space is programmatically, and which section of the code or regulations or whatever tells you that that space has to be there and has to be of a certain size. So for example, the dormitory rooms, I know can only have a maximum of, I think it's 6 beds in a dormitory room. That's building code. So there's many codes that are deciding how big each one of those spaces are, and also which spaces they are. So it would make it a lot easier for us to follow along this argument or this assertion on the part of the applicant if it was done in a very systematic way on the drawings. That way we would really understand what's going on, as opposed to just sort of taking their word for it, okay? Which we can't do. We don't work on the taking the word for it. We work on the prove us that it's required rule, okay? Did you understand?
I do understand, Madam Chair, and I would like to add that what you see is actually what is required. We have actually gone through an initial OASIS, what they call their desk review. That happens when the feasibility study is in a draft form. In-house OASIS folks review the plans. And at that time, changes are made. And there's actually, I personally have done over a dozen of these facilities in the past decade for Oasis in the boroughs. There's very, very little deviation between the time when they do their initial desk review all the way through construction and to the point where on the last day, they come in physically to certify the buildings. So it was actually Oasis who, it was their idea, actually. It was not my idea or anyone's idea. To share the kitchen. I mean, the administrative spaces, yes, there is a director, I agree. The spaces are, I know during the executive session, someone had mentioned an 8x10. The 819 regulations actually specify that the minimum for an office or a counseling space is 100 square feet. When you have a program in a building that's this small, some of these offices do serve double duty. And that's just the way that these programs operate. These plans have been vetted by Oasis. They have been blessed by Oasis. I would argue, and I'm sure they would argue as well, that it's probably undersized. Treatment is a heavy duty chore. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, so, but you said that the regulations tell you which thing and which thing and which thing. Can you mark up a set of drawings where you're explaining, if you're saying it's double duty, tell us what the double duty is. You're the one who's figuring out how it's going to handle double duty, right? Because you're laying out the program in the building and you've done it in other buildings. So can you mark up the drawings and say, this one is required by section whatever to be this size, and it needs to meet these criteria, and it needs to service as whatever function it is. And that way we'll be able to understand, we'll have a programmatic needs analysis, which, Mr. Stark, we have been asking for on this project for years. And so this is an opportunity to really give us a carefully constructed programmatic needs analysis that justifies. It's not like we're questioning how many beds in the dorm rooms. They're as small as you can get, right? But we are questioning the elimination of what was told to us previously was important programmatic criteria in favor of what looks like an opportunity to have a nicer office suite. That's what the drawings show. I'm sorry, Ms. Carlini, that's what the drawings show. So unless they show something else, that's what we see, okay? And so I know that the architect can do it. That's what architects do. And so rather than argue with Mr. Stark about this, I'd just like to have the architect do this thing, and that will help us get there, okay? Get to wherever we're getting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clarify what it is that we're going to provide to you so that when we end this hearing and reconvene as a team, that we work constructively towards providing the board with a deliverable that allows you to close and vote positively on this application. As was put in, there's 5 paragraphs of it in the existing Posen letter that was submitted in April in response to the January hearing.
Mr. Clark, I have to stop speaking. I'm not going to go over the Posen letter. I just spoke to Mr. Kalouris, the architect, correct? He's the architect. I'm not going to go step by step over a letter, which obviously wasn't satisfactory. Mr. Kalouris's the instructions are, please go through the drawings and indicate on the drawings what sections in which code, regulation, whatever tells you you need that room to be that size, and what is that room for? What's it for?
I understand, Madam Chair.
I'm not going to go over the letter, okay?
Then we won't go over the letter. I'm gonna say again what was said at the beginning of this testimony. One of the concerns that we have as a team in being experienced in working on Oasis projects, and I really respectfully ask that you hear my point here and provide us with the guidance that we need to make a constructive submission. One of the issues is that some of the facility standards related to some of the spaces on that floor, some of the admin spaces, are not crystal clear about sizing. They're about the reference that we're going to be able to make, the citations that we're going to be able to make that point the board to the Oasis regs are going to say it's required because a particular staff member has to be within a community residence. And so what I'm trying to compare this to is like, it's an interpretive thing. So Oasis has interpreted its own regulations to require certain facility spaces. This is the world we're living in, and we're trying to be as work towards something for the board here, but we're just trying to flag you to the limitations that are before us, because we want this to be a constructive process. We really promise you we're trying to hear you and give you what you need, but we just don't want to have to come back 6 weeks from now and you tell us that we made a mistake, because we desperately don't want to be here anymore, as you can imagine. So what do you want us to do about that? We know all these spaces are required because our consulting team, not me, I'm just a zoning lawyer that appears before the BSA, but our architect and our other consultants and Oasis are telling us that those spaces are required, but it's not crystal from those regs about square footage, and it might create more questions. So I'm just asking for advice.
Do you have written communication from Oasis that requires that the space be as it is?
Costa, can you be helpful here in helping with this dynamic?
Again, I mean, I could, Karen might have that written documentation, but there's no way they would have, allowed us to proceed after the feasibility study was produced into full-blown construction documents. There's no way they would have funded the project, which doesn't happen.
That really doesn't answer the question. If there's something that shows that this is what they wanted and this is what they're requiring, this could be we can be done with this conversation upon receiving it.
I could give the facility requirements plus a letter, I would imagine, from Oasis that documents the conversation that we had in the design. I'm sure that I could produce that.
And it would be great if it could add, for me, at least just for me, it'd be great if since I understand that letter is going to be created, if it could add that what their position would be on having a kitchen on that first floor, whether or not that be feasible. If that or not they permit such a thing.
I didn't hear what you said, the last part.
Whether or not it would be against Oasis's guidelines or recommendations to have requirements really to have a kitchen on that first floor.
Okay.
To essentially swap out, let's just say the conference room and something else, the pantry, with a kitchen, an eat-in kitchen effectively instead. Because the thing that I know likely happened is, obviously you had a problem with the cellar and the foundations, right? Obviously you could no longer occupy the cellar with a kitchen. So you go to Oasis and you say, this is the way it is. We can't provide the kitchen. Oh, well. And Oasis says, okay, oh, well. And it's not as if Oasis says, oh, the administrative offices are infinitely more important than the kitchen. I doubt that conversation happened. The conversation was, okay, don't have a cellar, we'll live without the kitchen, and the kids can go down the street. I'm sure that was the conversation, because I used to do this stuff for a living. And I used to work with government agencies who were reviewing my drawings. So I know that how things work, right? And so I love Commissioner Shabetta's concept. The question presented to Oasis, BSA wants to replace the conference room with and the pantry with a kitchen. That's an eat-in kitchen for the kids. Is it okay? That's all. And I don't know where the architect represented that the kitchen has to be a commercial level kitchen. I don't know where that comes from. You would need to show me that it has to be commercial level kitchen, because by the way, the city doesn't even like gas anymore. So it seems like electric supplies and so on, appliances are preferred anyway. Okay, so let's do that. And in terms of anything that's sort of loosey-goosey, again, the architect is the one who has to decide how things are designed based on instructions from various agencies and codes. We need to see what those things are, as opposed to putting it in writing. It's in drawing with little notes that indicate what the regulations are that are driving those decisions. Okay.
I have a question about that. If Oasis says it's not okay, is there an alternative that you will accept in their letter?
What do you mean?
You said you'd like to see a letter from Oasis saying it's okay to swap out the administrative space for the kitchen. If they won't say it's okay, is there an alternative that you would accept?
But or Mr. Shabeta, Commissioner Shabeta, do you want to say?
Yeah, sure. So look, I think the whole board wants this project to move forward. I think it's clear that we would love for Oasis to say that the kitchen could swap out the conference room. Then we wouldn't have any issues. Like, and I'm sure that Dynamic would be satisfied with that result as well. According to what you said earlier, it seems like you would be happy with that result. If that's what happens, that would be great news for all of us, and we can end this. If on the other hand, it is what was represented, that it is unfathomable, we cannot do it, it's against regulations, this is not something that we can move forward with, and we're just stuck here, then, for me, it would come down to a weighing of, this is a very good program, and I wouldn't want to slow it down. So I think that if you could find somewhere else to put a kitchen, that'd be great too.
In all probability, if you were to ask Oasis that question, can we swap it out and have a kitchen? You're not going to get a one-word answer that says nope.
Right.
What you would get probably in response is, you can't do that if you don't have 463 square feet of group counseling space, and you don't have it anywhere else in the building, so therefore you can't have a kitchen. That would make sense. That's the kind of response you would probably get. And that would be the answer we need.
Right. But we need to see that you asked the question that we asked and not couched it in, please say no and make an excuse for why the answer is no, okay? Otherwise, it's just not
Not going to do that.
Okay, just to be clear, because we have seen that.
I just want to make a comment that all these discussions are based on the assumption that they are losing about 600 square feet in the basement. And even if Oasis comes back and say, yes, list that, and they go ahead and construct, we want to make sure that during construction, they are not going to figure out that maybe putting some underpinning and regaining back the 600 square feet is going to be possible. So just to make sure that you get this right, if we grant, it's going to be conditioned on the configuration that, on the assumption that you're losing 600 feet in the basement.
This is a good segue. Thank you for taking us there. We have a wonderful guest here that can speak to the issues regarding the foundation design.
Sure.
Sheng Shi.
Hi, my name is Sheng Shi. I'm representing Israel Scenic PC, the structural engineer for this project. I can answer that question. Basically, you're right. If we do underpinning, we might have additional square footage in the basement, but that might bring additional risk to the project against the neighbor's building. And obviously, there are certain projects we haven't been having issue to do underpinning. And for this particular project site, a very narrow lot, 20 feet wide by the length of the building, we don't have a lot of space to taking such a risk. That's the reason that if we can get away with not doing underpinning for this very small lot, very tight lot condition, then it's definitely preferred option structurally. Basically, we just cannot afford any kind of unforeseen stop working doing construction because of the underpinning causing foundation crack, causing neighbors complaint, and easily losing 2 years of litigation time, and just not really bring any benefit for this really needed project going forward. So the goal right now is minimizing the risk we could potentially facing during construction. That's the reason. A second thing, I fully understanding your concern about the foundation type. Basically, what you see with the section of the building, we're showing footing with a 4-inch slab in the middle. I would like to explain to you that design-wise, from structural point of view, we designed this foundation as a mat foundation. Again, we're facing a tight lot condition. Both sides of the bearing wall are right against the lot line. We have eccentricity of the footing condition. So the only way to make this building work is to have a mat footing. Entire footprint of the building is a mat foundation. And if you can, I don't know who's sharing the screen.
It's me. It's me. I'm trying to help you out.
No problem. No problem. I would like to just explain to you that the footprint of the building, we have a 19,047 square feet of lot lines, just very close to 2,000 square feet. The 4-inch slab area is only representing 16% of the mat footing as opening. The reason we did this is because based on our analysis, the entire mat, we have a stress concentration against the side of the bearing wall, and at the middle portion of the building, the basement, we have a very light bearing pressure and bending stress condition. So we intentionally cut opening in the middle portion to allow future utility, underground utility service and relocate and repair. So the design-wise, we can we have the mat foundation design information we can submit to you to satisfy your question. That's not a problem.
Why you didn't submit it? Why did you submit this design if it's obsolete?
It's not obsolete. This design is good. This design works. We just have additional calculation we can share with you if you need to have a calculation to make you happy with the design we presented. Then we have that information we can share with you. I'm not sure Ben can share you one quick presentation slide that to show you our analysis diagram, so make you to fully understand the foundation design.
Before you do that, my understanding was that the cost was the issue. Now it sounds like we're changing directions, and you're saying that the risk is the issue.
No, we're not changing that. We're not changing that. The cost is also an issue. The underpinning will cost more than what we're presenting as not doing the underpinning. So cost is a factor, but risk is also a factor. Both is more equally important for this project. If we don't comply with the cost aspect of the project, we might lose this project. If we're taking too much risk, and then that also increasing the cost during construction to address unforeseen condition, that's another concern. So both are equally important aspect that we need to respect to make in order to make this project forward and be completed without any additional cost to the agencies.
So you're saying that the cost for the proposed footing, what you call it step footing, is much less, or it's less than the underpinning. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Do you look at, can you see these figures on the screen? I took the cubic, I let you finish, right? I took the cubic yardage concrete wise in your footing, and I got that to about 1 cubic yard. I took the cubic yardage in one underpinning pier, which is 12-inch thick, 3 feet tall. And I got that to just 1/10 of a cubic yard. I said, if you do this underpinning pier here, you're gonna need to put a similar footing to that one. Do you follow my cursor?
I have to explain to you that by just looking at the material is misleading because the cost for underpainting is 10 times the labor, 1 times of the material, and
Yes, I
plus
understand. Yes,
plus
I
the
plugged
time plus the
I
time
took this
installing
into
the
account.
right, plus the time for underpainting installation. You only can do sections 3 feet wide, and then you skip 3 feet, you skip 6 feet.
Yeah.
So the installation time is much longer than not doing the underpainting. So in general, pretty much all project, if we can get away with underpainting, we're saving project cost because we're saving labor's cost. Labor is costing a lot more than the material. So there's no doubt that if we don't do underpainting, we're saving project money.
I respectfully disagree with you. And I want to tell you that I did work with Professor Sinuk, and he wouldn't do it that way. And cost-wise, it's clear. If you look at the numbers for the concrete, for the foundation, the conventional foundation, I consider like $700 per cubic yard. For the underpinning, I took the underpinning factor into effect, and I consider $1,500 twice. In addition to that, if you look at just the cost for the underpinning, it could be probably $200, $300 per linear foot. For your footing, it's probably almost 3 times that. So it's up to you. I don't want to design your building, but the second point is, and I have to mention that, the second point is the safety wise. You just mentioned that you're designing this as a mat foundation, but when you look at the picture here, I don't see a continuous mat. So are you saying that it's a big mat while you're making these little openings in it, the 4 feet wide openings in it?
That's correct. The amount of the 4-inch slab area is only 16% of the whole mat foundation. Almost imagine you have a mat footing with the opening in the middle for future underground utility repairs, because we don't want to have an entire mat with a heavy reinforcement does not leave any possible slab opening for the future. So again, I explained to you the number is 16% of a 4-inch slab area. 86% is a full mat foundation.
Okay, you see this concrete slab, that slab and grade thing? You're saying it's 16%. What is the longest parallel to the neighbor? What is the longest piece of that mat that's getting empty?
We have a plan. If you can go back to the plan view of the foundation plan, then you will see where the opening is located. Every single 4-inch slab area is marked on the foundation plan, not on the section. The section is trying to show the worst scenario so the contractor understand how the foundation is supposed to look like at the worst location. But again, I'm not sure Ben can share the screen with you to show you that where the opening is being analyzed based on our design. If it's possible to show you just one analysis results, that would address your concern.
So how about if you instead submitted these? We don't have the structural drawings, right? We only have.
No.
How about, so you submit the structural drawings so that Commissioner Sheta can really understand it?
You want to stop me when I'm at the plan? This is the letter, the proposal letter. It should be here, right? The plan should be here. Am I correct?
I don't.
That's correct. We submitted a number of structural drawings.
Okay, can you stop me when you see that plan? I want to save your guys time, like instead of you submit it and we review it later. If it's here, just guide me to it. Where is that? These are architectural.
No, we don't.
We don't see your screen.
Structurals.
No. Your screen isn't changing. We only see one screen. We see
sorry.
the screen over and over.
Hold on.
So, but I don't want to spend too much more time with the structural stuff because you're not designing the building for them. You're just trying to understand whether or not we could get the basement back, right? Isn't that?
I strongly believe that it's very doable. It's not doable, it's very doable. This is the first time I hear about risk when it comes to underpinning a 2-story building, just probably like 3 feet tall underpinning pier. It's like a piece of cake.
But if
If they want to lose it, it's up to them.
But if the issue is also cost and they've priced out.
Cost wise no, cost is not it's definitely the underpinning is much less expensive than the mat foundation.
But that's what they were learning when they set it out for bid. I think this job was bid, right? So if they sent it out for bid and they're learning that the project cost was whatever the number is, $1 million, however many millions, 10 million or something, and they're allowed to only spend 8 million on the project, they had to start cutting, and apparently the cutting, including the foundation cut, brought that plus additional things, brought them down to the project value that they had to get at. So unless you're suggesting they go out and bid with new contractors and all of that sort of stuff, which we get involved in, I mean, having worked on projects where, you know, the project comes in too expensive and you have to start cutting stuff. So you cut. And if you look on your lines and you're seeing, look at this one, it's costing $500,000 to do this thing, we better go figure out another solution, then you look for another solution. So I don't want to get more into, if they actually bid the job with real contractors, not like what we see where their cost estimates, right? I'm correct about that, Mr.
I didn't see any cost, actually. I didn't see any cost. All what I saw is it's more expensive than a conventional foundation.
But the premise on this is the reason they're coming back for an amendment is when they bid the job, it came in too expensive and Oasis said, we're not paying. That's my understanding.
No, Madam Chair. We'll be forthright with you. The project has not been bid out yet.
Okay, so then how do you know?
The project has been reviewed by DASNY, both from structural design point of view, being reviewed by the DASNY structural reviewer. And this is has been, we have already passed the review process with the DASNY design review team. So we have the complete package of structural calculation, including the foundation design. We can submit to you, to any agency. It's ready. If that's something that we need to do to gain approval from our commissioner, we're certainly happy to do so.
So now
I don't want to see that. I'm fine. I'm fine. If they want to lose the 600 square feet, it's up to them. I'm fine.
So, but I'm super confused. How did you decide that you have a $10 million project and you need to bring it down, and this is how you're going to bring it down if you didn't get cost estimates?
Exactly. Thank you.
Oh, no, there's, Madam Chair, there's been extensive estimates taken. It hasn't gone to bid. Costa, would you like to respond and provide more detail on this?
Yeah, so DASNY provides project monitoring and management for Oasis, and as part of that monitoring and management of the project, and every project Oasis does, there are 3 submissions that take place during the course of a project. After feasibility, there's a 30% submission, a 60% submission, and a 100% submission. Each submission gets reviewed by DASNY's internal QA/QC folks, and every submission must be accompanied by a third-party cost estimate. And that's where these differences came from. It came from when we made our submissions and the estimates that accompanied them. That's where the numbers came from.
Okay.
You're saying that the cost estimator told you that the underpinning would be more expensive than the option on the table for now, right?
I'm saying that at 100%, the estimate was $1 million plus than what Oasis had approved. And Oasis turned around to us and said, if you want this project to proceed, you have to cut.
Right.
And it started with the underpinning, it started with the kitchen, it started with all the things that we've been talking about.
Okay. All right, understood. Okay, so then I need to get to the facade material, and I'm again speaking to the architect about this, okay? So as I said in my comments, it's a very tall building that's just staring over very buildings. And, you know, if this were a for-profit application, I don't think the board would have approved such a tall building because it's so much taller than the context. But because this is a very unusual type of use, I think the board was sympathetic to the need for this many beds and so on, which is why when you were talking about cutting, I was kind of like, get rid of the administrative floor and bring the building down by a floor, and then you'll have a much cheaper building, because instead of whatever it is, 6 stories, it'll be 5. But my question is, then you've got 2 completely blank facades that are really visible from very far away. And the proposal is simply to like stucco wash them. And when you made reference to your other project on whatever that street is, I forget. And I said, well, but that's not a comparable look, because the sides are barely visible since the building is only a story taller. So my question, and what makes the building, that other building on Bedford, is that right? On Bedford, attractive with respect to the stucco, is that you treat it, you're scoring it, you're modifying the scale of it by treating the stucco in different ways. Why can't you do something like that on the sides of the building so that it's not, frankly, an eyesore for the neighborhood?
Madam Chair, it is my intention and promise that the sides of the building and the stucco will be articulated, either, obviously because of expansion joints that are going to be required, but it is not my intention to just have a solid wall of stucco. The stucco was unfortunately one of the other cost-saving measures that we had to take into account. And I do agree that it is a tall structure, but we will articulate it. We will treat it and respect not only the material, but also the neighbors.
Okay.
May we submit a plan to that effect?
Let me just finish. Mr. Coolers, can you then show on the drawings on your facades, even if it's not your final design concept of articulation, that there is some sort of articulation? Draw lines on it that look more than expansion joints.
Absolutely, 1000%.
Okay, great. That would be a great idea. All right. Yes, Mr. Starr.
That was my idea. So yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, please. Just one final thing I forgot to mention that for the structure engineer. You see this detail here? If I see that you're bearing a new structure on an existing structure. If these footings start settling, you're gonna be having loading imposed from the new structure to the old structure. So if you can take a look at that, I appreciate. This is just a suggestion. It's not a recommendation. Thank you.
I can respond to that right now. We will no further need a bump out. This is only applied to at the potentially facing the street that we might want to respecting the street location, but I believe that bump out will be eliminated. We will not need that anymore.
Okay. That's better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. Anything else? I think we're clear about what needs to be done. I think most of the work is actually the architects and to reach out to the Oasis person about the kitchen in the location of the conference room or wherever. It doesn't have to be in that location, but whatever. Okay, because you might swap it out from the second floor instead, and the conference room, that's another idea. The conference room becomes the thing that's on the second floor, and that thing becomes the kitchen, which is closer to the dorm rooms, whatever. But the idea is a swap out ultimately, and the conference room is the target, I think. Okay. All right. So then how much time we already went to the public, right? No, we didn't. Okay. Going to the public. Go ahead, Tony.
Sorry, I was muted, sorry. Item numbers 21, 2017, 213BZ, 1808 Coney Island Avenue. If you wish to speak on this application, it is 646-558-8656. Zoom ID number is 921-0479-9491. Passcode is 735-726. And if you wish to speak, please raise your hand by pressing *9. And to speak, it's *6 to unmute yourself. And if you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay. So how much time to respond to these questions and get that response from Oasis?
Maybe a month to a submission.
Okay, Mr. Koulouris, is that enough time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Madam Chair? I'll give you a second. Floor plans of 1830. Obviously, maybe either on our proposed plan set or on a markup set, reference to Oasis facility regulations. Everything that Commissioner Shader asked for, we'll provide. I can't quite rattle it all off. Those are the big ones. Those are what I have in my head right now.
Okay, so the plans, I think Mr. Koulouris knows, a markup plan set that refers to all of the regulations that determine the size of the various rooms and what the rooms contain, what they're used for, as opposed to an abbreviated word in there that isn't apparently representing at all what the room is used for. And then also the letter from Oasis, okay? The letter to and the letter from Oasis, okay? Actually, it could be just the letter to if the phone call came back, sure. So, okay, but we do need, yeah, okay.
And articulation, right, on the facade.
Facade articulation, thank you, Jella. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Well,
Okay,
Thank
next
you.
item, sorry. Next item, new cases. Item number 22-7-95BZ, 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens.
You know, Mr. Becker has been in the waiting room patiently for a long time.
Mr. Becker, unmute, please.
There we go.
There we go.
Is there anyone with you, Mr. Becker?
Nope, nobody else.
Okay. Do you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Good. Please proceed.
Yes. Let me just get this down. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Frederick A. Becker. I attended the executive session. We heard everything that had to be said. My initial understanding of the text change did not include the issue of the cellar not counting towards the square footage in the C1 district. So my client, who was on the phone at the time, says he will look into that. And rather than discussing all the issues, which we fully understand, we would just like some time to wait till the text is released and then come back to you with an answer. How does that work?
Perfect. Okay.
So according to my recent conversations with city planning, 30 to 60 days for the certification. Give me a 90-day window or something like that.
Okay. Okay. 90 days. Okay, so I'm writing. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
When is it going to be certified?
They don't know. They're talking early. The DCP website says early spring. I spoke with someone named Dylan Sander. That person told me that, soon, whatever that means for city planning. So 30 to 60 days would be soon, in my opinion.
Okay, we'll try to get more clarity and then set up the return based on that more clarity. Okay.
That's good.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the public because we must. I don't think there's anybody in the public on this, but.
Yes, we are discussing item number 22-7-95BZ, 15337 Cross Island Parkway, Queens. We have a question for you after this case.
Yeah, and I see Jella's hand up.
She's going to ask you probably the same thing.
Go ahead, Jella.
Oh, we received the DOT sign off for item number 11.
I saw that. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Why not? I know
Okay.
he won't have he'll have a sleepless night. So.
So will we, I'm sorry, it was hard for me to hear you. Will we
We're
call it?
going to call it.
We're gonna call it?
But we just need to wait until I see if anyone called in on this application.
So if you want to call in at 646-558-8656, Zoom webinar ID number is 921-0479-9491. Passcode is 735-726. And if you're in the Zoom room already, raise your hand. If you are calling in, press *9 to raise your hand on the phone and *6 to unmute to speak.
Okay. I think this poll was up for a while though, not before you spoke. So, okay. So I'm just marking 90 days, but we'll get clarity from city planning if it's longer than 90 days before certification, and that's the story. So reality of the calendar is this would probably come back like in September or something like that. That's where, right?
As reasonable, I mean, August, September, one of the two, it's.
Right.
August, no hearings.
Have hearings August, so it would be September to give you 90.
Okay.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
Okay. All right then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, we are recalling item number 11 from this morning's calendar. It's decision item 648-88BZ, 2107 Richmond Road, Staten Island. We have received DOT sign off.
Yeah, just a second. Let me get to the right thing. So we were waiting for DOT sign off. You know what? I saw there was sign off. Did they say anything we need to condition on or anything like that?
It's performed based on 37 parking spaces adequate for new land use. I don't think so. Jella or Tracy,
No.
you're better at this than I am, but based on the New York City DOT approved.
No,
trip
there was no
generation-
conditions.
There was no condition, right?
No.
Yeah.
Right then, so the only condition that I had was trash pickup a minimum of 3 times weekly, which is something that Mr. Rampula said during the hearing. Okay, so then a motion to grant that condition, the usual ones about maintaining the landscaping and so on. But of course, the landscaping is pretty fabulous there. So, but just those kinds of things. Okay, so motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter? Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
This application's been granted.
Great.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for April 26, 2021, the 2 p.m. session. We will resume tomorrow for a new calendar.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.